Nope, just got home. Oh shit. You going to bed or you just tanking my daytime stream with your vampire schedule? Okay, that's off. That's off. Let me go to Twitch now. Make sure I'm live. Boom. Well, I mean, not live. I know I'm live, but I mean, make sure there's no duplicate audio and all that shit. Are these your own characters or are they from a series? They're my own. This guy's from like this dude here. Just these three drawings are from they're not from a reference, but the actual character is from a reference I found on Pinterest. And I was making new expressions with it. So they are technically original, but they're technically also from a pre-existing character from some guy. I don't know who the artist was. I wish I did, because I love his art, but I just couldn't find it. I tried really hard. So yeah, so these are all quote unquote, and you can't see me right now because I'm a mouse PNG tuber, but I'm doing air quotes. They're all technically OCs in air quotes. I don't like the term OC very much. I feel like it's a little, I feel like OCs deserve more respect, you know? An OC isn't just like a character that you just draw for on a whim, you know? I feel like an OC needs lore, it needs backstory, it needs all that shit. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna really quickly. What do you think of moving to Canada? Will it be safe in case the war happens? There's no war happening in Canada, bro. So moving to Canada is probably safe. Give me 3 minutes, guys. I'm gonna run the ads just for the first hour before I drop my Discord notification. So, so we can clear ads for the first hour. So I'll see you guys in 3 minutes, alright? BRB. Unless you don't have ads, then. I also wanna do this guy a little bit more today. If there's a war happening in Canada, purple. I don't know if you can actually hear me still because of the ads, but if you can, if there's a war in Canada, it's World War III. We're a NATO country. There's no war happening in Canada. Ugh. Let's drop the brush to 12. What up, Kimdo? Hi, Sade. Hi, Snack. Why Snack? Why you gotta say it like that, dude? Huh? New Zealand doesn't exist on the maps. It's a made-up country. Don't bring war here, please. Oh, sorry. I'm not pondering if there's a war in New Zealand right now. I'm pondering whether New Zealand's a NATO country. Is New Zealand part of NATO? I feel like they are. Is New Zealand part of NATO? No, they're not a NATO country. Huh, trippy. Perhaps the impact from its neighbor... Look, the Americans are being, you know... special, okay? But they're not stupid enough to start a war with NATO. They would not win that war. I know everybody likes to talk mad shit about, like, you know, the rest of the country and how, or sorry, I know people like to say that the Americans have a very strong army, and it's true they do. But if you cut off, like, European intelligence, North American intelligence, pretty much every intelligence, like team on the planet, and then you factor in the fact that collectively NATO has a much larger army than the Americans, it's just not even, it's not even close, okay? Like, we would fucking destroy them in a war. So even if they decide to go, like, full-on, like, Nazi Germany on the world, unless they had some pretty close, strong allies, it's just unlikely to happen. I'm not particularly worried about a scenario where we're at war with the US. It's just not gonna happen. Like, look up right now, if you're curious, how many soldiers there are in NATO versus how many soldiers there are in America, and you'll see the stark contrast by how outmatched the Americans would be in a world war. This is assuming, obviously, they don't get like some sort of allegiance with like other countries or whatever. But the reality is, like, realistically, China would probably fight with NATO, you know, and they're like the other big threat. So I'm not worried about war with the U.S. So, and you shouldn't worry about war with the U.S. Good afternoon, everyone. What up, Mikashi? Oh shit, I gotta fucking. When's my ad's done? All right, let's drop a Discord notification, and then we're gonna skip away from the war talk. There you go. It's Bowman time. I thought the U.S. was in alliance with the European countries, like in the World War / Cold War. They're part of NATO, and the way NATO works is it's a defense it's a defense alliance. And so if a country from NATO gets attacked, then the agreement is that all countries that are in NATO come to defend that country. Okay, but it's a defense alliance. It's not an offensive alliance. So you can't attack other countries and then have every European country help you. That's not how it works. Canada is also a founding member of NATO, so if you attack Canada, it'd be the same deal. And NATO's only like Article 5, which is the article like it's the treaty line in the NATO agreement that defines sort of what happens if a country gets attacked. Has only ever been used once, and it was after 9/11, and it was the war in Afghanistan. So I'm not worried, dude, and neither should you. Look, I like this character. I just don't know how to make him feel better. Someone Google it and let us know, please. Would you prefer snack or sack? Or sank or sack? I feel like I prefer sack, honestly. If I had to choose between the two, I don't know why. It's more masculine, maybe? It's more manly. Makes me feel like more of a man instead of a mouse. Guys, I don't know if I want to listen to techno right now. I don't really know what I want to listen to. Take a shower, you dirty boy. I didn't shower today. Did I shower yesterday? I don't know. I might not have showered yesterday. That's probably the longest I've gone without a shower. So, usually I'm pretty clean. Oh, shit. Build a drawing bunker. A drawing bunker? I don't know what that is. Like, build a drawing... Draw a bunker? Like a nuclear bunker? I'm gonna draw this guy right now. We might go back to buildings after, though. Your own drawing place underground? Oh, like, if I were in a war, like, where would I go? Where would I hide? My underground drawing bunker? I probably wouldn't be drawn, bro. I'd probably be joining some sort of rebellion and blowing up buildings like a little vigilante terrorist. I've had this conversation a lot with friends on, like, what I would do if, like, war broke out in Canada, which is a hypothetical, okay? It's never really gonna happen. But I'm dying in Canada, bro. I'm not fleeing. I'm not joining some sort of like you know. I'm not gonna be a refugee elsewhere. I'm fighting for my country, and I'm dying. That's my fate. So be it. I'm a patriot, you know? You'll die for your country. Thanks. Oh, Thak, Kimdo. Jafan? You want me to call you Jafan? Doc? I could call you Doc. But then I feel like I'm gonna confuse you with Dr. G. Jafan sounds a lot like Jafar from like Aladdin. Okay, I'm getting rid of this arm. I need reference for this guy, I think. I struggle with clothes quite a bit. Oh, my brush is too big. I was like, why does it feel so weird? Docja. What is a pose that isn't like... I feel like I always do the same fucking pose every time. It's always just like hand on hips, you know, one leg out, whatever, blah, 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 blah. I gotta do something unique. Let me think. I mean, I say that, but I do creative stuff sometimes. Let's challenge ourselves, though. It's tough, because it's also a 3/4 head, you know? There's so much you could do. There's only so much you could do with the 3/4 head. You offended me? I offended you? How so? Spread hands, come at me, bro. The face doesn't suit that. It has to suit the... You can't... I feel like it has to be tied into the face. He's kind of got like a cocky expression right now. I don't think... I'd have to change him into like an aggressive expression. And I would just like rework too much to do that. I think, personally. Personally, I do appreciate the request though. I'm thinking... I don't know, dude. Like, I want him sort of like still in sort of this neutral position, but I want, like, the arms to be more interesting than... If I do, like, I could do something kind of like a come at me, but, like, a little bit more subtle. Open arms? Could do that. I gotta think of flow, though. The issue is I'm trying to think of, like, I want, like, a nice C-curve going through here. If I spread the arms out, then I get like this gestural break that I don't know that I really want. I could do it, I guess, in a way if it like flowed like this type of thing. I don't really know. This is gonna be a lot of figuring shit out, I think. Let's see how I could do like a beckon. Sig/stick in hand. A beckon. Could do a cigarette. It's not a bad idea. Jadu, what up, dude? How you doing, dog? Oh yeah, Jadu, you still want your critique? One arm, or one arm, like one big hand slowly getting smaller? Or one arm, like one big hand slowly getting smaller. I'm not sure what you mean. Yes, please. Alright, your wish is my command. I'm probably not going to do a lot of critiques today, guys. Just because, I feel like I did half the stream critiquing yesterday, so I want to get some me shit. Some me time, you know? But we'll go over Jadu's thing real quick, because I told him I would yesterday. Perhaps they meant a foreshortened pose. That's kind of what I think. Oh, those perspective sketches. I see, yeah. Where did I just paste? Oh my god, this is massive. Jadu, you fucking animal, dude. You're making it so big. Alright, I mean... I guess, like, what I would say... I'm trying to think. Let me layer some... Let me make a grayscale first. I want to see how this is working value-wise. Okay. I think I would tone down the light on the buildings. It's kind of fighting for attention from the character here. Like, I would bring the opacity or the value way down. Like, see this background here? Like, those windows, that value? I feel like if you did that across all of this, it would feel better. There's too much contrast up here with the dark, like, buildings and the white windows. It's too much. And I think because of that, it's drawing the eye away. Like, look how light and contrast this is. This is the highest contrast point on the whole piece. This value here on these windows and these windows here are a stronger contrast than anywhere on this piece. And so my eyes are just, they want to go here. It's too strong of a pull. And her character is contrasting too, or is blending in too hard to the background here. So I think those are some big issues. I think toning down the values up here is going to help. Let's try that. I'm going to do it underneath this value layer. And I'm going to take my paintbrush. I'm just going to pick this color here. We're going to pick like the gray here. And we're going to make this whole thing ambient occlusion. And I feel like now it's a lot less, it's more obvious where you should be looking. I think the lettering also, too much contrast on the lettering. It's too saturated. There's too much going on. You need to determine on your piece, whenever you're doing like complex illustrative pieces like this, choose one subject, and that has to be where the focal area is. If anything pulls from that, you've done too much. You've gone too far, and you're just going to confuse the viewer. So I'm going to do the same thing on the wall here. Just going to tone this down a whole lot. Now I feel like this character reads a lot more. It's a lot stronger. Like that versus that. Which one of these two scenarios makes it more obvious where you should be looking? You know? This versus this. These elements up here are fighting for the elements below. What up, Solid Snake? How you doing, big dog? Solid Spider, shit. Sorry. Solid Spider Snake, my bad. So is it the contrast or the value? Both. Both. You've got like the reason the value and the contrast are basically one and the same, right? Like the reason it's so contrasting is because the values are so harsh. Or the transitions, I guess, between the values are so harsh. Like look how bright that is. Like I'd reckon that this is like the brightest point on the piece. You know, if I add my hue layer back over top, like there's probably nothing lighter than this on the whole piece. Yeah, like that's probably the lightest point. Maybe there's a couple little highlights on this, but it's too much. Whereas like now it's like so much easier to determine where we should be looking. Okay, so that's the first step. Second step, I guess it would make my life a lot easier if there was a way for me to isolate out the character. But I want the character's readability to be better. I want the character to read more. I don't really know how to do that when the image is flat like this, but I'm going to try my best. It's probably not going to look very good, but I can give you a copy with just a character with no background. Yeah, okay, do that. Do that, actually. Do that and I'll wait, and then I'll talk to chat while I'm waiting. 2 secs? Alright, I could do that. Yeti, how you doing, Yeti? How was your day, Snack? Pretty good. I woke up a little late today, I won't lie. I woke up, I still got coffee too, which is nice. That's a sign that I woke up pretty late. I woke up at around 9:30 a.m., which is really late for me. Normally I'm up at 7:45 every day. But I ate a lot of food last night, and I had a tummy ache from eating too much food because I'm a glutton. That's probably like the seven deadly sins. Gluttony's probably my worst one. And I feel like so I couldn't sleep because I was so full. Every time I would change position, I'd be like, oh, oh. And so because of that, I couldn't fall asleep till like 1-ish, and then I slept in because fuck it, my sleep's been dog shit. So sometimes I treat myself on the weekend. Honestly, guys, I feel like the reason I don't sleep well is just because I have to get up at a certain time every day of the week. If I didn't have that, I could just like sleep in and be fine, you know. But yeah, so that's been my morning. Nothing too crazy, just a little late start. Mood though, great. Nothing too bad. There we go. Okay, let me paste in this character here. Oops. I don't really want to listen to techno today, guys. I'm gonna resize this till it's the same size here, because I'm just gonna use it to select. There you go, something like that. We don't even need this. We just kind of need it. No, that's not the layer I want to... What layer did I paint on? This one? Okay, this one. Now what I would do is go in here and just choose where on this character I want the focal area to be. Okay? I think there's too many focal areas on this character still. You know, I think you need to tone things way down. Choose one spot to be your primary focal area, and then work from there and determine from there if you want additional focal areas, but they should always be secondary. Right now, everything's the most lit up in this area, which is a weird spot. I think the focal area should be the face. And because it's a very low-lit scene, we're going to add some lighting to the face, and everything else is going to be relatively dark in comparison. So I'm going to choose like a darkish blue, because that seems to be your shadow value. I'm just going to tone everything down here on the character. And now I'm going to go... Actually, I'm just going to do it across the whole thing. And then we're going to punch it up with light afterwards. And the farther away, the darker we're going to go. So if something's over there or down here, it's going to get real dark. Real dark. And then what we're going to do is we're going to select your highlight here. We're going to punch it up. We're going to say this is the focal area, but it's a low-lit piece. So we're going to just sort of punch all that shit up. You know? I should do this on a Brighten layer or something like that. I'm going to do it on a... Let me do it on a color dodge layer. Let's try that. I don't like that hue. I'm really just going big right now, and I'm just trying to think, like, where do I want the light to hit? Maybe under here. Definitely here, you know? Base of the hair, maybe. And maybe the breasts a little bit under here. I don't know. You know? And that's sort of how I would stage or set up my lighting. And I would just do this and keep doing this and doing this in different little areas, trying really, 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 really hard not to overdo it. And now I'm going in here and I'm defining my anatomy maybe a little bit. I don't know. This is how I would work. I would work in stages like this. Always start from dark to light. And then I would go in here and be like, okay, well, you can't have, if you've got a bottom lit scene like this, you can't really have a shadow underneath the eye here. So you're gonna have to start lighting up the bottom. Like, all the light is shooting from the bottom here. And so all of these sockets and stuff are now lit up. And it's gonna be the forehead and stuff that's gonna be dark, which is the inverse of what it normally is. So I would go in here and I would sort of, you know, Just go in here, paint all this shit. This harsh line, I'm getting rid of. I think that was there on your original thing, too. I would get rid of that. I'm thinking there's probably going to be some shadow on this lip here. This is where you get a reference for lighting and shit, and you know, try and understand where the light's hitting. There's a lot of online tools for the, I was going to say the Ahsoka head, but that's not what it is. It's the fucking... I always forget it. The Asaro head. That's what it is. Look up Asaro head. There's a light station version that lets you sort of actually move the light around, but I think the worst thing I did was do this entirely without reference. You gotta stop doing that. Everybody has to stop doing that. It's never gonna work. Never gonna work, guys. Stop guessing everything. Your mouth, like, this perspective isn't really working. Everything here would be sort of, like, way more curved upwards. Including the teeth, everything. Like... I'm just sort of blocking in shapes right now. Eyes, also, everything is going to be way more curved upwards. Now, I wouldn't normally go in and do, like, everything by paint. I would always start with line art, personally. That's just how I like to paint, but... What up, Nox? How you doing? Good morning. Good morning, Nox. Maybe he's more of a bubble bath type guy? What are you talking about? They also didn't have, like, the extra lighting and stuff, so it might look a little flat comparatively. What am I missing here? I'm missing a bunch of messages. How's your day? Oh, you're talking about the character. Want me to put something on other than techno? Yeah, Dizzy, feel free to drop whatever you want, dude. I just don't want to listen to, like, techno right now, but it's just the same playlist as yesterday. Maybe he's more of a bubble bath type mouse. Actually, my bathtub doesn't work, dude. My bathtub does not work. I mean, my bathtub works. It's a bathtub. But what I mean is, it doesn't freaking... My faucet doesn't work on my fucking tub. Oh my god, dude. Your nose is way too low. For a downward angle, the nose is gonna be, like, all the way up here. You gotta push that way up. You need to use reference. You need to use reference. Anyways, I'm not gonna go through here and do the whole thing, but really your big issues are lack of reference. That's like your biggest issue. Lack of reference and lack of decision making on focal areas. And determining, you know, where you want to put the contrast and the highlights and all that stuff. If you want to get better, dude, you have to start taking this stuff incredibly seriously. It has to be like non-negotiables every time you draw. I know you're in it to sort of like really grind, and if I sound like I'm being harsh with you right now, it's because I think you really need to understand like that you can't skip this stuff. If you do, and it's going to be incredibly difficult, and you're going to be worse at drawing when you first start doing and applying this stuff, but you need, like absolutely need to start doing, using reference, and, oh, I guess the fucking Spotify bot's not working, great. Let me restart it twice, and then hopefully it works. I hate this stupid fucking bot, dude. It worked so great for so long, and then this stupid update just fucked everything. I don't know where to find a reference for something like this, though. I picked very dynamic angles, and I find those hard to get reference for. Do you have a camera? Set a 10-second timer and pose on your couch while your camera's on the ground. There's your reference. And then for lighting, go to ArtStation, and type the Asaro Head light station. And then manipulate the light source. There's a tool for it, like on the here. Use this tool for lighting on the face. And then take a photo of yourself or find one online, whatever. Reference picking is a skill. You know, you gotta develop it. But the best reference is always just gonna be taking a photo reference of yourself. I could probably every single hand I've ever drawn in the last probably last year, honestly, on a character has been referenced from a photo of myself that I either took literally just sitting here in front of the camera, or not camera, but sitting at my desk while I'm live, or in my off time, just posing in my bathroom or something in my mirror. You ever played Smash Bros? There's a term in Smash Bros that we say for no excuses, but it's no Johns. So no Johns. Find your references. If you wanna hit that next level, you gotta start applying references. You're never gonna be able to guess everything. I mean, maybe you can if you live 1,000 years, but you know, if you're a normal human and not an elf, you've got limited time on this earth. We could be a bit more efficient with our time, you know? Use reference. Anyways, I think you get the idea. I'm not going to keep harping on you with the reference stuff, but... Is that why the hands are always so attractive? They are. It's because I have a tiny, delicate little lady hands. No, I don't draw my hand one-to-one. I take my hands, which are kind of like blocky, sort of manny hands, and then I just feminize them by making them either more slender or, you know, softening out the bumps and all that stuff. And when I say reference is a skill, being able to take a reference of like a person and interpret it as like a woman or a man or a dog or well, I mean, maybe I wouldn't use myself as a reference for a dog, but I mean, you know, being able to morph your reference in your head into different iterations of how that reference looks is also a thing that you need to develop as a skill. But anyways, I'm not gonna go through this whole thing here, but your light source doesn't make a whole lot of sense for what you're going for. It needs to be a little bit more defined. Tones in the face are a lot more subtle, I think, typically. You know? Not Smash Bros. Exactly, Smash Bros, dude. I played Melee competitively for like a long ass time because I was a I say a dork, but I just liked it, you know? I grew up on it. It was like a childhood game of mine. Snack forgets he pretends to not be a furry. That's right. Put a little bounce light here. Blend this out. I know it's very low contrast right now. I'm just sort of planning the positioning on stuff. The chin needs to be a lot bigger here. And the only reason, you know, I can sort of guesstimate all these things is I've used a lot of reference. I had an ex-best friend who was super into competitive Smash, and it unfortunately ruined the whole fandom for me. I mean, I won't lie to you, Smash Bros. Players are turbo autistic, bro. Like, and I mean like the not pleasant kind. Like, they're very dickish. I don't really like a lot of the Smash Bros. Players. They're kind of assholes. But, you know, whatever. I like the game. So toxic and controlling. Well, that could have just been your ex, too. I don't think I've ever been controlled by a Smash Bros. Player. I think we need a degree of separation between everybody who plays the game and some guy you dated. But I wonder if anyone close to 600k to redeem the gaming stream? I hope not. Nah, dude, I met so many people in that fandom that are micromanagers. Really, eh? A lot of them were just like comp sci guys. Anyways, I'm not gonna go too crazy on this, but Jadu, I think you get the idea. I'm gonna darken the green of the eye here. I think needs to be a little bit dark, almost bluish. Sorry if I sounded harsh on the whole reference thing. I just think it's unfortunately it's a very difficult thing to get yourself to do. I've been there. I've definitely been there, you know. You want to sort of figure it all out because it feels more fun. But yeah, it's just it is what it is, you know. This is a fun pose though. I don't think I've ever done like a lighting scenario like this. I know I'm like continuing to render it, but it's just because it's actually kind of fun. Did not date her. Ew. Be safe, Keebs. Okay. Well. Oh, X. You said X best friend. I read that as X. I totally misunderstood what you said. My bad. I still think the nose needs to be even higher up. Gasp! Art is fun. It can be sometimes. I feel like it really is kind of just like a slog for a really long time, and then it gets fun. I think like also having a little bit more of a dark value on the outer edges here to sort of define your shapes a little bit clearer could help because I feel like it gets very muddy when it starts to blend into the background here. I know I darken the background, but finding some areas where stuff is clearly separated out would help quite a bit. I don't know how you could do that. Just use contrast, but figure out a way to have the character feel like separate from the background. I'm gonna switch brushes real quick. Just to be a little bit more defined. I appreciate that the concept I came up with was enjoyable. It was enjoyable. Like, see, even this, I think, should be pushed more. Anyways, whatever. I keep saying this, and then I keep going back to draw it, because it is actually quite fun to draw, but it's making me think maybe I should paint something. How you doing, Snack? What up, Joe? How you doing? It looked better before, where it was overly lit up. Nancy, how you doing? Speaking of Nancy, this is you. Anyways. How you doing, Snack? I'm chilling. Alright, Jadu. I'm gonna send you this, and then, obviously, it's still just, like, partial, but... And you can add lighting and stuff, too, like, for background elements, but you should always be doing it after your main focal area. I would just say work on one focal area at a time, you know? Okay, I'm gonna clear this out now. Delete, delete. I'm good, still alive. That's good, dude. I like that you did the background with graffiti. Makes me seem really cool and edgy. Are you not? Are you not edgy? Okay. I gotta find a ref for this guy. I want to do a 3/4 dude, but I need some sort of source. This is kind of sick. I'm just gonna compile a bunch of references here, and then we'll figure it out from there. Just sort of like the aesthetic I'm thinking of doing. I gotta find some poses. I also wanted to spray paint a logo on there, but I couldn't come up with an idea. Oh, shit. I don't know anything about graffiti. I kind of, like, avoid it. I had some buddies that did it in, like, high school, but I never, like, got super duper into it. Oh my god, logo design for free? Jadu, you're too kind. Art Trey, gotta draw your OC now. Snack, I drew your mouse, man. Did you actually? Where is he? I'm curious. I want to see this. Bro, every fucking time I click off of Twitch, it pauses the video. It's so annoying. How does it do that? Twitch, I think, added a new feature where if you click off of a stream, it just, like, pauses it. I was lurking when Jadu asked you to critique it. Initially, it looked kind of flat to me, but I was hesitant to say anything. But after your paint over, I feel like my initial find was right. It's just flat on... It was flat. Mine is probably more flat. But that's because my point isn't really to show, like... how it should look. It's to give guidance on sort of the direction he should take. Rendering paintings like that, it would take me like 2 hours to go through and actually sort of like punch things up. And I'm not the greatest renderer, so I don't even know that I could do it justice. But if the goal is to sort of improve rendering, the focus should be on sort of the process a little bit more. Just because rendering is such a complex thing, you really need to nail down the process. I haven't even finished designing my own Sona properly, so I don't even know what you're gonna do. Jadu, are you still doing the biblically accurate angel man? Okay. I do like this cloak thing. I'm gonna definitely steal that cloak thing. I'm gonna change it a little bit, but I'm probably gonna have the hand doing something else. I'm not the greatest renderer, humbling myself. I mean, I'm not. You know, I don't do it a lot. I'd say confidently my strength is probably faces in line art. I need to see more painted renders from Snack. Maybe I'll paint this guy. We'll see. Brush is a little small there. Where do you send fan art of the mouse? Is there a channel for it? Just put it in ArtShare. I save like all the fan art in like a separate private Discord that only I'm in. But you could totally drop it in there, and I'll add it to my library of fan arts. Do you have the baby saved? I think I do. Oh, maybe not. I can't find it now. Where the fuck was it? I had it somewhere. Maybe I didn't save that one. Shit. Did you post it in the Discord, or did you just link it? I linked it? Shit. Okay, well, if you send it again, I don't know if you still have it. It's probably saved on, I will say all my YouTube VODs are backed up. So it's in one of the videos. I just don't know when it was sent. Honestly, to me, where I am now in terms of digital art, almost everyone is like a god to me. I think every nice drawing is a thing that you can investigate and sort of try and reverse engineer, and you'll realize like processes sometimes are a little bit more simple than you think. Sometimes they're a million times more complicated, but oh yes, the Hero Nursery, yeah, she's done quite a few streamer babies. It's kind of her thing. Making grown men into babies. Hello, everyone. Hi, Snack. What up, Simp? How you doing, dog? I'm really not that warmed up right now. I'm clearing all this shit out, dude. That's part of the appeal of Twitch for me. You can see people's processes and realize how simple or complex it actually is. It's wonderful. Yeah, sometimes it can be really confusing though, because sometimes like there are a lot of artists that just sort of like vibes it out. And that's also a way to do it, but it's I don't know, I don't think it's the most efficient. Like I would never tell somebody who's learning just vibes it out, because I mean like what you know. I feel like the people who are able to vibe it out, whether they know it directly or not, they have a process or they understand some sort of process to a degree. Whether it's direct or subconscious, I think that they get it, you know. Doing great, thanks for asking. Fresh out of the shower. Squeaky clean. I think he needs more of a neck. Rufflers, thank you for the follow. Knowing how to explain how to do something is a skill in itself. Like Snack's very good, is a very good art teacher. Thanks, dude. I mean, there are areas that I really struggle with. I will be honest, rendering is a really complex thing for me to explain to people. Just because I don't have a set process. I've been experimenting with lots of different processes over the last couple of years. So it's very difficult for me to nail one down and be like, if you do it this exact way, you'll get the exact same result I did. Because I'm not there yet, you know? Hello, Cat Snack. If I were a cat, could I eat you then? That's the idea. I just hope that you don't. I like not being eaten. Nancy, I want to see your frickin' drawing, dude. Also, Astroma. Thank you for the follow. You explained it pretty well for me, though. Depends. It's like, it's one of those things. I really think art is one of those things where you hear a tutorial, okay? And you guys are probably, you'll recognize this feeling if it happens to you, okay? You watch a tutorial video, you watch it, and it gives you like a little dopamine burst where you're like, man, I just learned something. And then you go to apply everything you learned in the tutorial, and you're like, holy fuck, I don't get it. I can't execute the way that I want. And that's sort of those two different paths, like the theory and application path. Theory and application. Actually, I should say the path is more like this. Theory. So you watch a tutorial, right? That would be tutorials, guides, explanations, whatever, you know? That leads into you applying that, right? So you try to apply it. But this is where sort of like the disconnect is. It's in the theory and application, because you might apply it and you might not get the result that you want, which is just sort of, I don't know. That's the big issue with learning art and like watching and being dependent on tutorials and stuff like that. I think tutorials should only be used to solve a specific problem. I think a lot of people use tutorials as a way to sort of like get a little dopamine fix and feel like they're learning shit. But if you don't immediately go into application mode, it's in one ear and out the other, and it's never really going to be internalized. Maybe you'll be able to call on it a little bit later on, but I think really if you run into an issue, that's when you look up a tutorial. Like right now, if I want to draw this guy's arm going up, I should really be watching a tutorial on how the shoulder moves, you know? Or something like that. How the shoulder elevates, what happens, how the scapula sort of like moves out. Like when you raise your arms up, if you're looking at a spine from the back, I only know this because I have a shoulder injury and I watch a lot of rehab videos. But when your arms move up, right, your scapula slides along your rib cage outward like this. It rotates outward. And that sort of allows you to have that clean transition for your arm going up. Anyways. Hey, Snack, what up, Chain? How you doing, dog? Bro, I'm incapable of teaching others how to draw stuff. I've tried several times, and I can't explain how I determine proportions or relations in drawing for shit. Well, again, that's another thing, right? Teaching is also a skill. Like, the reason I can explain something right the first time, sometimes, okay, not always, but the reason I don't struggle as much to teach a thing is because I've done it. Like, I've probably explained it like a dozen times. Like, me explaining how to draw a three-quarter head is probably the thing I've explained the most. I could probably point out 20 different things that you need to factor in when you're designing, like, a three-quarter head. But, you know, it's, if you're asking me, like, how do I draw a knee in a flexor or, you know, extended position, it's like, I don't know, dude. I don't know the complexities of the knee like that. Okay, I've restarted Songify. It looks like Songify has had another update. Let me... It's not detecting me as online. It's no longer linked to my fucking Spotify. Stupid, goddamn stupid software. Alright, give me a second here. Let me see if I can reconnect it. No more updates. I'm hoping this update undid all the bullshit from the last one. Because the last... I'm never update... Like, if this works better now, I'm never updating this fucking thing again. Alright, guys. Let me drop a link in there. Oh, shit. Kate Bush worked. I guess it works now. Well, and my mouse isn't talking. Oh, yeah, he is. Okay, we're good. I'm a great teacher. Sometimes I just don't know what I'm teaching. Just guiding people in the wrong direction really convincingly. Is that what you're saying? I think that's par for the course for, like, teaching anything. There's gonna be some stuff I say that's probably not true. Okay? But it feels true to me in this moment, and maybe in 5 years I'll recorrect my lesson or whatever. But I don't think it's ever going to be perfect. What kind of tablet do you use? Oh, man. I wish I had a fucking Wacom affiliate link right now, dude. I use Wacom. I use a Wacom 16. That's it. That's my tablet. By the way, guys, I actually got an email back from Wacom today on the affiliate request. They rejected my affiliate link offer. They didn't want to give me the contract, so... No 10% discount for you guys, and no free money for me. Ain't that tragic? Losers, I know. Wacom, if you're listening, I didn't mean it. Please give me a contract. I'll show your product. But why? I don't know. They probably only partner with people of a certain size, maybe? I don't know. I don't even think there's, like, any downside to giving somebody a contract. So we're just gonna have to rely on my CSP contract for now. What the fuck? I feel like you're an influencer at this point. I'm small potatoes, dude. I've got, like, maybe collectively across every social media, maybe 8,000 followers, something like that. Like, if you count my YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, what else? Instagram. I guess if you count my Facebook, I probably have like 15,000 roughly. Because I think I have like 5,000 followers on Facebook for whatever reason. I don't know why. I don't ever like check Facebook. I don't ever post to Facebook. I just linked it to my Instagram and people like it, so. So if I'm between the Wacom Intuos Pro and a Canvas 16, which would you pick? I know one has the screen and one doesn't, but they're similar price. What would you pick for a starter? My answer is I have no idea because I've only ever used a Wacom 16 ever, so I have no experience outside of that. Actually, that's not true. I used a Wacom Intuos, like the one without the screen, right? I used that for like 3 years when I first started drawing, and then I switched to my, maybe actually, not 3 years, maybe like a year. And then I switched to my my Wacom 16. I like the Intuos. I think it's great. I can't speak for the Canvas 16, never used it. I'm not good at giving advice on tablets, guys, just because it'd be like asking a guy who's been married for 40 years how to date. Like, the guy doesn't know he's been married for 40 years, you know? I've been married to my Wacom for, like, fucking a decade, so I don't know. I don't know what my other options are out there. I've been quite loyal to my Wacom, so. Unfortunately, I don't know all the secrets. 8K follows are surely enough to be sponsored. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. You got 43 viewers you could be selling products to right now. They're missing out. Guys, go buy Clip Studio Paint and use my affiliate link in my about section. I'm gonna probably stop shilling the clip stuff. It's just new, so I'm gonna keep shilling it for now. But screenless better or screened better? Dealer's choice. There's no answer there. They're both like that's like saying like, you know, what's better, chocolate or vanilla? I don't know. Depends on you. Snack, do you have a media kit? No, I don't. What's that? Nox, are you the one who was telling me that that your whole thing is social media marketing? If not, would you like help making one? Yeah, you know what? Nox, send me a DM. Fuck it. Let's talk business. I do like talking business. I don't like this song though. I'm gonna skip to the next one. Alright, we're switching this playlist. I want like dad rock right now. Give me some dad rock. We're gonna queue up some Shinedown. And then I'm gonna queue up some Creed. Add the queue. I'm just gonna add all the Creed, dude. I fucks with Creed so hard. Right away. In it through the day. If you're not in the Discord, my name's Sack on Discord. SACK in that Discord. If you don't want to join the Discord, that's totally fine. I think my Discord handle is Cat Snack with 2 S's, because some asshole took Cat Snack. Probably me 2 years ago when I made the account. Are we supposed to hear the songs too? Oh man, please don't tell me you can. No, yes, you should totally be hearing the song right now. Guys, don't. I can see the audio bar. Don't gaslight me, chat. I know you guys can hear what I'm listening to right now. Snack, don't ignore me. Sigh, look away. I understand now. What'd you say? Can I draw you something? Sure, dude. Draw me whatever you want. He's fucking Ethy. We can hear the music. I know. I have OBS. I can see the audio bar popping up. Already in there. God bless. Anything? I mean, you know, I'm gonna take a risk and I'm gonna say yes. Please don't draw me pregnant. Actually, I don't care that much. You can draw me pregnant. I think the nice thing about having like a PNG tuber and not being like a face cam person is there's like a degree of separation from any insane shit people draw. And I feel like, you know, if they were drawing me, the guy behind the mouse, it'd probably be a little bit weirder. But I think because I'm a fictitious person on the internet, I'm not as protective of my sanctity. Already in there. I read that. Wait, let me put my headphones on. Do a jiggle? Shit. Mr. Lazy, you know it, dude. You know it be jiggling, dog. Jiggle, jiggle. Flat is back. Oh, we are so back. Oh, sweet relief. Symphony, you're not gonna make friends by constantly canceling out people's jiggles. I'm just saying. It's a free country. We're a capitalist chat here where you can pay your outcomes. But I'm just saying. It was a reference for my drawing. See what you've done? Now you're never gonna get the big titty cat snack fan art, dude. I put so much work into customizing my avatar, it feels like a crime to not face cam, but I get love and appeal of a PNG. I wonder if I would do better with a face cam. I just don't. I don't like. I don't like being like I don't like photos of me on the internet. I'm kind of schizo about that shit. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why. It's just like, you know, you just reduce the risk of like bad things happening by not publicizing yourself online. But I mean, there was a time where I had like my face all over the internet. I just like, I had like, before I made like my snack account, I was just like, you know what, maybe I should delete a bunch of shit. You never know who's gonna be a freak in my chat. Right, chat? You guys surely would never be freaks and do anything weird, huh? What up, Crib? How you doing? Being perceived as scary? I don't know. I don't know if it is. To me, I don't... Well, yeah, you know what? It is. Why am I saying that? Of course it is. And now, I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking... Wow, what a bad time to join. Me talking about chatters being freaks and then you joining in? Is that what you're saying? Are you implying something right now, Crip? Some people online are freaks indeed. Better worried than sorry. That's true. I also had a buddy friend. Only one guy. I didn't know him super duper well, but we played video games together online. And this was way back in the day. I would have been like 20 way back then. And he told me he got swatted. And I was like, what the fuck, dude? And he was just like he was not like a big streamer or anything. He just, you know, was public about a little bit too much, said a little bit too much, and got fucking swatted. And then he was like turbo schizo about getting like anything like publicized online. And I feel like that story just kind of like sat with me. And I've just seen so many streamers get swatted over the years. I'm like, what? Why risk it? Why risk it? I don't trust you guys. No offense. Maybe now I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking. There was a time in my life I was afraid of being swatted, but it never happened, thankfully. Thankfully. I'm implying innocence? Right, right. I believe you. Wink, wink. Don't worry, you're innocent. Wink, wink. I want to be a streamer as well someday. I really want to draw with people chatting with me someday, but maybe later when my PC's better. Yeah, well, I think internet matters a lot. Like I have pretty good upload speed. You know? I think that's when I bought my internet, I was like I need good upload speed. You shouldn't trust us? That's right. I don't. To be fair, you don't really know who's behind the keyboard. It's true. You don't even know who's behind the streamer, hopefully. Believe it or not, I'm not a mouse. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking... I'm gonna request a song I've been listening to in Dip. Challenge 52 will take most of my time, so you might not see me in chat for a while. Do your thing, dog. VTuber/PNGTuber is the way to go for streaming. I feel like there are probably barriers to it. I don't know. It's really difficult to know. I feel like I would probably maybe gain more viewership if I had a face cam. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, originally, when I first started streaming, I was like, I had the mentality that I was like, you know what? Having a PNG tuber is not going to help viewership. And that just was so not true. The second I added, like, a PNG tuber, my views went from, like this to basically this. There was, like, a huge jump. And so it was, like, very clear. It was, like, I added a PNG tuber, and then I instantly just, like, shot up a massive amount. And so there was definitely a lot of value. Now I wonder if adding a face cam would do the same thing. If I would do this, and then do this, and then do this, you know? Who knows? Maybe not that much. I think the art category in itself is a weird one. It's not, like, worth comparing myself to, like, gamer streamers and stuff like that. I think the art category is really niche. Especially, like, viewership-wise. I think we've talked about it, right? Like, Twitch has around 3 million concurrent viewers every day, and the art category of that 3 million gets about 11,000, which is peanuts. It's nothing, you know? So there's a very small demand for art streamers. And so I feel like if you're in the 40 viewership range or even 30 plus, you're already in like the top 0.1% of like the art category. To be honest, I think VTubers are the meta right now. Maybe. I don't know. Full transparency, I've left streams because I couldn't stand looking at a person, be it their camera angle, their lighting, what have you. I think if you're attractive, it's probably good. I know that sounds like really controversial to say, but I do think, you know, being a good-looking person on Twitch helps quite a bit. You know, it's tragic to say, but it is what it is. We are animals at the end of the day, so... I want to show some doodles I made. Can I in the server? I want some crits. I'm not going to be doing any more critiques today. I told Jado I was going to do his, but I really do want to do some personal drawing. If you post in the art channel, I'll certainly look at it later. But I'm not going to be... I can take a look at it, but we're probably not going to do any critiques on it right now. Asen, thank you for the follow. Asen. Zix. Damn, Nox gonna make me rethink my whole cam setup. Don't worry about it. I think, guys, if you want to be a flesh tuber, okay, which is what PK calls them, people who stream with cameras. If you want to be a flesh tuber like Crip or PK or whatever, then do it. If you want to be a PNG tuber, do that. If you want to be a VTuber, do that. I mean, I'm probably not, like, maybe if I had, what I would like to upgrade to eventually is a 3D model PNG tuber, or VTuber. Similar to, like, I guess, like PCAT. I really like how her model can sort of have a lot more range in terms of how it communicates. That would be the next step, because then I could emote better. And then there's another degree of, like, emotional connection that you could form with the audience. Which sounds, I guess, manipulative, but it does help viewership, you know? Being able to sort of attach something to the person talking is going to help you, you know? Hey, yo, 45 streams, imagine. Crazy, dude. 45 stream streak. It's unfortunate, but good lighting's super important. Also, streaming should truly never be about maximizing your views. It should be about the content you produce. Yeah, 100%. But I feel like the content also increases viewership, right? Like, there's a connection between the two. Obviously, you don't want to go into it with the mentality of just, like, obsessing about numbers and shit like that. But I think deep down, even if you do it for the love of the game, I think deep down, there's still, like, a part of you that wants to be successful at it, right? And, you know, unless you're like some ascended monk who's given up all material, like, and, like, worldly possessions, and you're just fine, you're just doing it because you want to do it, and it really is just 100% hobby for you, then you probably fall, like, that's, like, the unlikely outcome. I feel like most people, if you had to, like, judge people on a bell curve, would probably fall into the category where they do it for a hobby and they enjoy it, but they probably also want to be successful at it. There is a part of me that's like, you know what? It would be nice to just do this full time instead of working my dumbass job. But at the same time, it's like, there's a lot of, like, volatility that comes with streaming. There's a lot, like, if let's say I had, like, 1,000 viewers right now, right? That's scary, dude. Like, I don't know that I really want that. It's a weird catch-22 where it's like, you want it, but you don't. I don't know if I do. I think I do in theory, but I don't think I do, like, in practice, you know? Like, if it was actually happening, I'd be like, dude, I like, things are a lot riskier now, you know? You slip up once, you say your name, or, like, where you live, or whatever, like, there's a lot more risk associated to that. And I feel like it gets a lot, sort of, muddier for me on whether I want it or not at that degree. I like the level I'm at now. Would I want more? Yeah. Would I not want more? I don't know. Like, it's like, I feel like if you asked me, like, hey, Snack, would you want another 100 viewers right now? I'd probably say yeah. If you said, would you want 20,000 viewers? Probably, I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. I don't know. But then if I was averaging 150 regularly, and you asked me like, hey, would you want 1,000? Maybe I'd say yeah, because I'd you're like a human, right? You acclimate, you hit homeostasis at a certain point, you go back, and you sort of like you just kind of get used to the world you're in. I had an 800 viewer cooking stream once. I can confirm, scary. Yeah, dude. I think the most I've ever pulled was after a big raid, and I had 150. It wasn't like scary, because I feel like with raids, a lot of people are lurking mostly, but. Champion Bob over on YouTube says, looks like my CSP trial just expired, but your affiliate link isn't in your YouTube description. How am I going to throw you those pennies? Well, Champion Bob, I could link it to you right now. Here's the hopefully Cat Snack CSP link. I think that has my ID. You'd be the first purchase if that is the case, so I genuinely have no idea if it'll work or not. Sorry, Snag, I'm really sick, can't watch streams, see you tomorrow. Oh, well, hopefully you feel better, dude. You know, do your thing. To be honest, the best model I've seen so far is Neo Melee. It actually convinced me to fully design my character so that I can make a VTuber model. Okay, let me look up this person. I have an idea of exactly who I would want to do my model. And I've actually DM'd them, but they never answered me. So, unfortunately, you know, we're just gonna fucking... Yeah, what do we got here? Let me look at their profile. Videos... Previous broadcast. I don't... Oh, actually, their model is really nice. I would like more of like a actual 3D model, though. I don't want like a 2D... Oh, it does look 3D, actually. No, there's still a 2D model. It is really, really well done, though. It's very difficult to get, like that degree of motion in VTuber, whatever the software they use. Neo Melee. Naomi Lay. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Live 2D, that's it. That's what I was thinking of. One of my favorite... What I would want to do is I want a 3D model, and I'll show you guys the style that I would really, really, really like. There's this person, I can't remember their fucking name. I messaged them on Instagram, I think. Somebody I follow. Where the hell are they? We'll fly. They do some of the nicest 3D models, and the texture is really, really, really appealing. I would love to have something like that rigged up. It'd probably be very expensive, but I think it'd be probably one of the nicest models out there. Can't find them. Where the hell are they? Ah, there we go. Michi Rain. She does like the nicest 3D models ever, dude. I don't know if like she doesn't do like VTubers and shit. She just does like 3D modeling for like animation. But they're so nice. They're so nice. I really, really like that texture, and I would like a live sort of like texture like that. I think if something like that was modeled, it would be probably one of the nicest models out there, personally. I think it's incredibly appealing. Yeah, I think it's how animated her character is that made me drawn to it. Yeah, Live 2D is it's a tough software. Okay. Really don't know how to draw this dude. Let's do a new layer. I'm gonna actually draw him with like a mannequin first. Damn, the dad rock didn't last very long, huh? Then manually put in a bunch of queued up songs instead of like instead of putting on a playlist. I want to do VTuber commissions. Meet Your Rain's so cool. They are. They're very good. Let's turn the hips sort of like towards us a little bit. Might be too much. Oh, it's like Scribble. Yeah, exactly. Just too boring, dude. Yeah, let's see. What if I do a cylinder like this? Anyways, guys, all that to say, I really don't like the current state of social media. If we're still talking about like social media content creation and all that stuff, I don't like the sort of the current environment. I miss the days where you could just post art and just be liked for like the work you produce. I don't like that you have to do all this like ADHD attention grabbing shit now with like reels. It's just so fucking annoying. I don't know. Like, I did it, and I won't lie, some of my reels did pretty okay. I think my best reel got like 100 and, I want to say 140 views, or 140,000, sorry, not 140. Can't remember what the exact amount was. This one. 139. Oh yeah, 140 views. 140,000. I gotta stop saying 140. But I don't like having to script my reels like that, dude. It's just so fucking, I don't know, dude. I hate it. I hate it. That's why I haven't made it anymore. I don't like the attention grabby stuff. I also just don't have a whole lot of time to dedicate towards reels. I did script one out and then I never recorded it. Tough. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, you know? The way she goes. I want like some sort of like sword or something. I guess I'll learn how to rig. I want to put my style on it, even if it's different to popular VTubers. And yeah, it's what I think. Even if I'm young, I miss those times where only drawing was everything for people liking you. Yeah, that's true. It is tragic how things have changed. Also, because you mentioned you're young, I do want to say we are an 18 plus channel. If you're under the age of 18, You cannot be here. And that's a reminder to everybody also. No, I'm 19. Based. You passed. You passed my test. Let's do like an E-joint here, maybe. Did one of you guys cue this song up, or did I just... Is this just the playlist now? Pixies doesn't feel very, like, techno-y. Which is fine with me, but... It feels a little short still. The legs feel kind of short. Legs feel kind of short on this. Let's see. Just draw a line. And on the ground. I'd still argue your best chance is to add like a marker command on your live streams. And then have us mark stuff that could be good for shorts, and then the editor just clip those sections. What do you mean by that? Like, you mean like an extension of some sort? I don't really know how to do that. I know like I could do it manually by tracking things, but I think you. I don't know. Like, look, maybe I'm cynical. Okay, maybe I'm cynical. I really think, because I've seen a lot of streamers do this, where they just take clips from their like streams or whatever, and then they publish those. They never do really well. If we're talking like just like from an entrepreneur perspective, like people just, you know, taking random stream segments don't do really well. Even if it's like a maybe I guess if it's like a tutorial segment, it could do okay. Or maybe I'm just sort of like a little too perfectionist, where I think like you need to have a little bit more polish to stuff. I don't know. I'm not really convinced that just random segments from stream would do well. Do you use Nightbot or fix it up? Or mix it up? I have Nightbot. I don't utilize it very much, though, I will be honest. Like, I use it for, like, moderation stuff. Like, if somebody comes in and just sort of drops a slur, Nightbot will catch it, but... You think people like different things, or no? People for sure like different things. I just don't know that, like... You know what? Maybe I don't have a lot of examples to pull from. Mostly because I don't consume a lot of tutorial content these days. The command could be like marker. That would just create like a list of the timestamps that something interesting happens. Oh, you know what? That's pretty smart, Jadu. And then someone could go in and clip it and shorten it and be interesting for shorts. That is pretty smart. I do kind of like that, actually. Is that like a thing you can do with Nightbot? I don't know if Nightbot can, but StreamerBot and Mix It Up and Stream Elements can. When you said Mix It Up, that's like an actual software. I thought you were asking me like if I just, you know, use a mix of different like tools, which I do. I definitely mix it up, but I don't use Mix It Up. Yeah, it's a popular software. I use Nightbot. That's pretty much it. And then for like multi-streaming, I use Atom. I used to use a different one, but it's kind of like wonky. I gotta try Atom again. Last time I downloaded it, it ate my closed captions. Oh, I don't know how it would work now with closed captions. I don't really use them. You know what I thought about doing? I know this sounds like... This is gonna sound incredibly evil to everybody here. Okay? But I thought it'd be interesting to have like a second stream where you're live translated using AI evil in a different language. Oh, that'd be cool. That's different than generative AI? It depends. What if you had like live audio translation too, like where it just like takes my voice but makes me sound Spanish? It isn't evil because of the actual function, it's evil because of the environmental damage. This is true. I do think those tools are going to become a lot more cost-effective. You can already kind of feel like the Overton window shifting a little bit on it. Anyways, I'm not going to be like some... Not a big die-hard AI guy, but it did seem like an interesting use. I also thought of just taking my reels and translating them to French myself, just because I speak French. It's like, why not? And then just having like an alternate channel, like Catsnack FR or something, you know? Oh fuck, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. Shit. In a run, better run. Outrun my gun. Do it. The trouble right now is I just really don't like doing the reels. Both time-wise and just sort of like content-wise. The English-speaking market is saturated. Tap into a different one. Yeah, I feel like the French one is probably like underutilized. Also, having a French-Canadian accent is probably fairly unique from the art perspective. I don't know. I still have mixed feelings on it. I've met an artist who does use generative AI, but their process is hard to argue that they're not actually doing 99% of the work because they're constantly making corrections and painting over things instead of trying to prompt it. But people are still very much hate AI, and I can't disagree with the reasons why. I mean, look, I think, like I said, there's an Overton window on everything where people like dislike something and then it becomes widely adopted and sentiments change. It's gonna happen with AI. Right now, it's still at the stage where I don't really sort of like use it in any capacity outside of like maybe at work for like corporate stuff. But definitely not for art stuff. I think like my issue is I don't like the corporate utilization of it in art. I don't think that like, you know, we should be encouraging software use that infringes copyright and replaces like actual artists. Do I think that's going to last forever? Nah, I think it's pretty much inevitable that eventually it's going to be widely adopted. I don't really see a way out of that. I just don't like it, though, you know? A lot of AI stuff's starting to go under lately. I can't quite tell where it's headed. I think the issue is AI is just really broad right now, and there's no way to connect it. I think, like, if you look at, like, its uses, you could have, like, let's say you had, like, an economic chart where you had different domains, where you have, like, art here, you have, like, math here, you have, I don't know, administrative work, and then you have, like, I don't know, compute coding, let's say, whatever, medicine, blah 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 blah. We'll put medicine, and then we'll just put like whatever, two filler things. I don't know, retail or labor, physical labor, right? Labor. What's another domain that I could trying to think. Whatever. I'm just gonna put XX because I don't really know. The issue right now is it's getting better in different domains. So in coding, it's probably like the strongest in coding. So if you had like a little graph here, probably have a dot, something like that. In XX, I don't know. Let's pretend that it just doesn't do anything. Labor is basically like you can't really use any AI tools for labor stuff. Medicine, it's okay for like things like cancer scanning and stuff like that. Art, there's like uses for it, but it's very culturally not tolerated in the art space. So there's not a lot of wide scale adoption in art, right? So it's pretty low on the use in that category. Math, it's utilized quite a bit. Administrative work, it's utilized quite a bit. So I feel like you kind of get like this sort of distribution in different economic sectors that are broadening year over year. And even though there's no actual use from it now, I think these categories are going to get wider and wider as the tech sort of gets a little bit more specialized in each area. Labor being like one of the slower ones to grow. Coding is for sure going to be saturated eventually, and that's sort of like how it's going to grow. So even though right now in certain areas like art and stuff, it still feels very gimmicky, I think there is like a point where it's going to be a lot more wide scale and more useful. And that's sort of where the damage is going to come to, where you're going to get a lot of utilization out of it, so you're going to get a lot more like environmental damage. You're also going to get a lot more job displacement. The question is there a way to regulate this in a way that benefits people or not? And right now, all the signs point to no, because governments are very, very slow to adapt to this stuff. And that's a lot of my issues with it, is that I just don't see like the current direction as being positive for most people economically. I think it's going to cause a lot of job displacement. And I'm not usually a big doomer on like economic shit, but I do think that we're just not setting ourselves up in a positive way with AI. Like, I think there are use cases for it where it's going to be really, really beneficial. You know, like right now, I think if you look at like cancer scanning in particular, like it's more accurate than most radiologists, from what I understand. And so it's being adopted pretty well because it's good at pinpointing like tumors and stuff like that in X-rays or whatever. And I think in those cases, it's like that seems like a pretty positive trade-off for a lot of the negatives. In stuff like art, it's I just don't currently see the uses. But like that's sort of my point, is there's going to come a point where a lot of these things are going to be a little bit more useful in the domains that they're very gimmicky and they kind of feel like crypto scammy right now in certain areas. And I think those things are going to improve. It's just inevitable. And I think pushing against it and pushing for a lot of sort of policy change that supports people in those industries is really, really crucial right now. So I'm never going to harp on somebody for being like very anti-AI, because I think we need those people to sort of really be vocal. But I also sort of feel like there's a point where it's just going to inevitably be adopted. And yeah, I just kind of hope that there is some sort of policy implementation that safeguards people against that. But yep, my mom's a doctor and uses it consistently. I mean, look, I work in a pretty corporate sector, and everybody I work with uses it, and it's very useful in my field, you know? So it's, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, you know? There is nuance where there's good AI, like translating things or adding closed captions to videos that don't have them, but we don't need a corporate hive mind to make art for us. That's exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, I don't want a world where it's like, you know, artists now are basically just prompting everything. Now, I don't really think that's gonna happen. I think, like, even if you look at like let's use industrial manufacturing as an example, right? There are still blacksmiths. There are still people who do welding. There are still like use cases for a lot of like stuff outside of like automated like manufacturing. And we still appreciate a lot of the value and skill that goes into that. Like pottery is a good example of that. Like there are still artisan potters. I don't know if potter's like the term for somebody who does pottery. There are still artisans that exist in a lot of these like fields that we've automated the fuck out of, and that we've made like massive progress in terms of being able to produce these outcomes. But we still respect and understand the value of the skill that goes into sort of like these handcrafted artisan goods. And I think you're gonna see the same thing with art. Now the question is, are you gonna have protections for these industries because the automation and the sort of labor productivity that's gonna come with this AI wave is gonna be unlike anything we've seen in the industrial revolutionary era, right? So it's like those are sort of the big questions, and I'm not very convinced on that shit. But I also don't like that right now a lot of it is sort of filling in junior positions in a lot of industries. If you look at junior, I think you're going to get a massive sort of generational knowledge gap because of it. Yo, Snack, what up, Verbanter? Verbanter, I'm a medical engineer and AI is the biggest topic in medical imaging nowadays. Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier. I don't know if you just got here, but I was talking about how it's really good at like identifying tumors and x-rays to like a degree where it's outperforming radiologists in some cases, right? So it's there's some strong arguments for its positives, but I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm very skeptical, and I think people should be. So I hesitate to take a pro AI stance, but there are certainly like it's not a black and white thing. Yup, my mom's a doctor and uses AI consistently. Yep. Guys, I gotta piss and I gotta grab water. I feel a little lightheaded from all the yapping. Champion Bob, I see your message on YouTube. I'll read it out in 2 seconds. I just gotta go fucking drain my dick. I'll be right back. Alrighty. I got some carrots too. Little snack. I'm sort of lurking, only half listening, but I lost jobs to AI as an artist. Games industry is implementing it hard. Yeah, I think the games industry actually, Nancy, on that point. Also, it sucks that happened. But I think on that point, the game industry is a really unique thing because it's both a creative field, but it's also really filled with like coders and people who culturally are really open to adopting AI. And ironically, the reason the coding is getting so saturated right now and junior roles are basically being eliminated for coders is because of that cultural tolerance for AI. And so I think it's really actually like that should be like a warning sign to other creative fields. Like, even if there are uses for it, where it's like, oh yeah, it can make my drawing process a little bit more streamlined. Maybe I generate a couple like reference ideas or something like that. You know, it's like, the more you start thinking like that and the more you let that in, the more it's going to permeate into other people's brains, and then you're going to end up in a situation where you're very similar to like the gaming industry or the coding industry, where jobs are basically being replaced and juniors are being eliminated, right? So, there's not enough protections for me to really like sort of recommend that people do that stuff. Are there uses for it? Yes. Are there consequences to adopting those uses? Yeah. And I think right now that's sort of my issue. Where until there are strong protections in place for like job displacement, I'm probably not going to be using it in any sort of creative pipeline at all. It's also a big ethical question in medicine in terms of accountability. I think there should be laws where any AI decision needs to be vetted and validated by a human. I think every single, like, no matter what you do, you cannot offload decision making accountability to AI. Not unless it proves without a shadow of a doubt that it is way better at decision making, but I don't think we're anywhere near that. And I think really like that should be like, if there's a clear-cut law that I think should be implemented, there should always be a human in the loop on any decision making process that is willing to go to fucking prison if things go wrong because of that, right? Champion Bob, to me it's just so crazy. The companies see these massively expensive AI systems and go, wow, this is somehow way cheaper than just hiring somebody. Yeah, I don't really know what the price point comparisons are with like how useful it is or whatever, but as unfortunate as it is, it's not like artists of any trade are particularly well paid. That is true. I knew some animators that did pretty well, but they were like some of the best in the world, you know? Like one guy I knew who was like probably one of the top guys in Canada was making like over 100 grand, but 100 grand is nothing these days, guys. 100 grand like 50 years ago is basically like 50 grand. Like, you're basically middle class if you make 100 grand now. My shoulder's really sore right now. I'm out right now, so I can't talk a lot on it, but the games industry is suffering. Almost everyone I've known and worked for has been made redundant. I stopped being given art tasks and got tasked to generate ideas. I even worked late once, making the art myself because they said we didn't have time. Yeah, it's crazy. I think another thing to note is the usual, I'll draw it out because I feel like it'll be easier to explain. The usual pipeline in any company, or creative company, I would say company in general, is you have like a hierarchy of like a top-down pyramid where you have seniors, intermediates, and juniors, right? And the knowledge is passed down from the top, okay? If you eliminate the juniors, right? You get rid of the juniors. In 30 years, when all of the seniors and the intermediates, like sure, right now, it's probably like profit-wise, probably better to eliminate juniors, right? If you're like a profit-focused company, that's a logical decision for you. It's not an ethical one, but it's a logical one, right? But what happens in 30 years when all these people retire? And then there's a giant knowledge gap in tons of industries because we didn't have a knowledge transfer to actual humans. You're just basically going to have a fully AI company. Like, that's the direction we're going in right now with the replacement of junior positions. You need people who aren't going to be that skilled to train them up. If you eliminate that, then this knowledge gap grows as these people leave the industry, right? And then this sort of like gap here grows bigger and bigger and bigger as more and more people retire. And if you're not replacing with new juniors, what happens? There's just no fucking like human knowledge in this industry, in this sector, right? That's sort of what's happening right now. I don't think people are like talking about it nearly enough. Anyways, I don't want to go too doomerist on this shit, but these are sort of my views on like AI and stuff. I feel like I am a pretty nuanced middle of the road. Like I like to look at the gray and stuff. I'm never somebody who's like very black and white on things. It's a bit of a pet peeve of mine when people are very like simplistic in the way they view things. But I think AI right now still has like a lot of issues that even if there are strong use cases for it, I would be cautious about advising somebody to use them. People have to be able to be paid to be a little bit bad at stuff because that's how they get good. Exactly. I actually got fired as a junior because the director said he had no time to train me up. Yep. Actually, Kaysen was talking about something similar about how some of the most top people now are taking middle to lower level roles even though they have insane levels of experience. And what that means is that the standard for lower level stuff is insanely high right now. Yep. So, that's a big case of the animation industry. One thing I will say is that the animation industry, it doesn't feel like it's as tied to AI. What happened was the pandemic created a massive influx of contract work for shows. So the pandemic, because everybody was at home, there were so many people watching content online. The contracts were being given out to studios like crazy. And so the industry, in general, across the world, okay? Japan, Canada, United States, France, all these like major animation sectors overhired animators. And then what happened is the pandemic ended. People returned to the office. People weren't able to watch as many shows as they used to. And the contracts started drying up. But now you have a bunch of people who were hired when they probably shouldn't have been based on the average like amount of money flowing in those industries that are now intermediates and are out of work. And so they're now competing for all the entry-level jobs. So they're fighting for scraps, right? People like me. You know? And because of that, you have like this problem now where if you're a student or something like that, it's borderline impossible for you to get into the industry unless you're like 1 in 100 that is just like goated. You know, you're like a genetic phenom or some shit like that at drawing. Because you're competing with intermediates and seniors for entry-level positions. But I think in animation, it's less tied to automation and more tied to the pandemic, personally. Snack, you magnificent, what the fuck? What up, Dravana? What up, Glad? Thank you for the raid. Crazy. Shout out Gladask. Channel not found. Well, you should change your channel name to Gladask, dude. What up, Sask? Yo, Zeno, Guarana! How you guys doing over there on YouTube? Shit. Bro, having YouTube chatters, honestly, it warms my heart. I want so many more viewers on YouTube because I want to get monetized on YouTube. But YouTube's hard to grow on, dude. Crazy. Glad. How you doing? What were you up to today, Glad? We were having the most doomer talk ever. But now that you're here, we're going to change the subject to something happy. After I read Ian's comment. Yeah, I'm not going to go get emotionally invested when I know things are going to get worse before they get better. Yeah. Snack. Sask. What up? I dropped my pen. 1 sec. I really don't like this pose. What can I do for you, Glad? What were you up to? Guarana? What's Twitch? You stream somewhere else? Guarana, I know your ass has been in my Twitch chat. Am I tripping? Yes, I stream somewhere else. Who do you think I'm talking to? You think I'm talking to the imaginary people in my head right now? There's 60 people watching on Twitch. Just more dragon stuff, the usual. You want to share anything? Dragon D's nuts on your face? Well, Glad, what do you have to say to that? Enjoy your lurk, Nancy. Thank you for showing up. Also, Nancy, I want to see that drawing you did. Too lazy, I have to find some food? Alright, do your thing. Go make some food, Glad. I appreciate you popping in. Thank you for the raid. Speaking of raids, bro, what is going on right now? Chuck! What up, big dog? I'll send it when I get home if you're still streaming. I might be. But Snack, we're imaginary. You never went online on Twitch. It's all in your head. We're not real. That'd be crazy. It's like a... I don't want to spoil this movie, but it's like a certain movie where a guy's in an insane asylum. And he thinks he's a detective, but at the end, he was insane the whole time. That's like me. What's going on? Nothing much, man. We're actually... Ironically, I say this because Chuck is a fantastic animator on here on Twitch. Honestly, guys, if there's any animation channels that I would recommend, it's probably Chuck's. Just because he's one of the actual, like, true animators here on Twitch, you know? Him. Crymelt also does a lot of really good animations. I'm trying to think. Young Khan as well. A lot of good animations. But, we were just talking about the animation industry. Solid movie. That's right. Guys, I have so many carrots left to eat. Ooh, 69 viewers. Nice. Yes, I worked with Walt Disney, Don Bluth, the guy who invented animation. Yeah, Chuck's like 80. He doesn't really say it much, but he's an old man. He just sounds like a youthful millennial. Do it, Jiggle? Shit. You know it, dude. You know it be jiggling, dog. God damn. Check that shit out. But yeah, Chuck, what were you up to today? Oh, you're out? If you want to share any art before you go, feel free to dump it and then take off, and I'll show it off for chat here. But if you gotta take off, you know, do your thing. Alright, I'm gonna save my other carrot for later. It's very big. Oh my god. Currently working on a PNG tuber, and you best believe it's gonna jiggle. Damn. Damn. You gonna become a PNG tuber now? I mean, I guess you kind of are already. Please don't go into detail on what's gonna happen to the other carrot. Oh, you don't want to know. Actually, I probably shouldn't eat this carrot. There's like weird spots on it. I'm probably not gonna eat that carrot. Do you have a favorite anime Snack? Says someone on YouTube named Guarana. Do I have a favorite anime? Yeah, I'm probably a bit of a Naruto head, dude. I've been, I'm an old man. So Naruto was like my era. The big three, honestly, was my era. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood and Fullmetal Alchemist, actually the original one. I like the tone of the original one more than Brotherhood. Like, I like the atmosphere and the vibe of that world more. Just the sort of, like, grittiness of it. But Brotherhood just made more sense, you know? Haikyuu is also mad hype, dude. I won't lie, I do fucks with Haikyuu. Ugh, I just took a sip of my coffee, it's cold. Guys, I have no fucking clue what to draw for this dude. And what layer I'm even drawing on right now. Yeah, we are on a different layer. Full Metal's peak? It is, dude. Excusez-moi, dude. Guys, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab a Tylenol. My fucking neck is killing me right now. We got ads coming up. I'm just gonna run them now, since they're coming up in 4 minutes anyways. And I'm gonna go pop a little pilly. BRB. Actually, don't have any Tylenol. Isn't that crazy? Turtleneck for the gobbo looking dude. I don't know. I like the collar idea, but we could give him a turtleneck, I guess. I want to watch the old Hunter x Hunter. Ooh, I've never watched it, but it does look sick. One of my favorite animators, Norio Matsumoto, did a lot of work on like the OG Hunter x Hunter. He also did all, like, not all, but he did a lot of the Part 1 Naruto fights, too. So if you like Rock Lee versus Gaara, or if you like, Sasuke versus Orochimaru during the Chunin exams, that's all Norio Matsumoto. Who are these people you're drawing? No one in particular, they're just people. How you doing, Siren? What up, Black Knight? How you doing, dog? Rock Lee versus Gaara was great. Yeah, it was peak Naruto, dude. The weight drop was so hype. One of them is named Bob, and he likes long walks on the beach. That's right. With Chat's mom. I won't tell you which one, though. Honestly, my neck hurts from just looking down at my tablet. I've got it, like, on a tilt right now, so it's not, like, perfectly flat. It's kind of, like, tilted on an angle like this. I think I have, like, a nerve entrapment in my neck, dude. I'm waiting for my x-ray results. We'll see. But if I've been pretty light on the drawing lately, and I haven't really been progressing off stream, that's why. It's been pretty bad lately. I think the guy with the long ears is Bob. There's a lot of guys with long ears. He feels like a Bob, does he? I feel like I want to have, like, maybe a cigarette coming out of this guy's fingers or something. Maybe not. Maybe he's just gripping something. Why am I on another layer again? Ugh! I didn't want to draw on that layer. What kind of computer do you have? I'd like to stream more often, but I'm having technical issues because of my old-ass doo-doo laptop. I mean, my computer's a mix of different things. I built it myself, so it's like, I have, for my GPU... GPU is a 3060 Ti. My CPU is, I don't know, something AMD, it's Ryzen something, I don't know, AMD Ryzen something. It's been a while. I built it in like 2021, so it's pretty old at this point, but it's decent enough. And then all the other shit basically just supports these two things. So power supply, motherboard, blah, 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 blah. I have 16 gigs of RAM. I had 32, but one of my sticks died. This computer was really good back in 2021. Now it's a little outdated, but it still gets the job done on pretty much everything that I need it for, so... And I put it together because that's sort of when I was working in animation, and because of the pandemic, I needed something to work from home that was, like, decent. Sadly, I didn't declare it on my taxes, which I fucking should have, dude. It was a work expense, but... 2021, then I guess it's a 5s... I think it was 7 something. I want to say it was 7. I could probably just look at my properties right now on my PC. Give me a sec. My computer, this PC, right-click, properties. What do we got? Oh, shit. No, it's an AMD Ryzen 7 3800X. So it's actually not as good as AMD Ryzen 7 3800X. That's my CPU. Did it cost you more than 1K to build? At the time, yeah. It cost me I think probably around 2,000 to build. Now you could probably get all of this shit way cheaper because it's been like 5 years. So I don't know what the prices are going to be for you now. They're probably going to be way cheaper than what they were for me. I'll send you a screenshot of my specs. I need more storage, because right now I only have like a terabyte, and it's fucking not enough. The hell are you? What up, Honor? How you doing? What up, Damon? How you doing? Damn, 3800X? Is that good or bad? It's been a while since I've looked into building computers, so I have no idea. I'm watching Code Geass, and I have a bit of this atmosphere. I love the ending, because some illustrations about the character and art is sick. It's the old fighting games. I'd say it's like old Capcom style. Gotcha. No longer dying. That's good. Did you say Code Geass? Yes, Code Geass. Have you watched Code Geass, Otter? I watched it like a long time ago. Buy some 4 terabyte, 8 terabyte spiny discs. I need like an external HD or something like that. I really don't know what to do with this dude. Hello, as late pal, Shireen, how you doing? To be fair, it's better. It's not better than Gias. That's right. Code Gias. Code Gias. Okay, I'll shut up. Snack's actually better at hardware than me. I have an external hard drive, but it's full because I backed up all of like my animation work onto it. So now I have like an SSD in my computer, but it's only a terabyte, and it's so full, dude. Every time I start a new drawing, I have to like clear out like a bunch of shit. What a bad time to be considering a storage upgrade. I know. It's either that or I just delete all of my old animation shit, but I feel like it's pretty important for me to keep it. Maybe I just need to scale down. Just wanted to say hi. I'm off to run errands. Bye, Pookies. Peace, Otter. Good luck with the errands. Alright, chat. Which character drawn on screen is Bob? I'll leave it up to chat, dude. My SSD in my PC is dead. I'll do my best. How can I find that brush in clip? Well, I got a little magic trick for you here. Probably the one that looks like a Orochimaru. You think this is Bob? Only a real freak would have that name? I see. Snack uses the Kasem brushes? I do. These drawings here, these were all done with Kasem's, like, soft sketcher. This one too. Basically everything on this page was Kasem's, like, soft sketcher brush. Including this. I forgot I did, like, a little thought bubble where I'm thinking of this girl with the giant melons.
Fuck.
Oops. Damon, why do you keep doing the clip studio command? Would Snack use brushes to paint lace? I'd probably torture myself and just do it manually. Who gave me a little follow there? Who do we got? Who do we got? Waffer, you follow little old me? Shit. Thank you for the follow, big dog. He. Stack, what do you think about the advice that goes something like beginner artists should be getting better at art by copying other people's work until they can get to a certain point where they're required to practice fundamentals to progress through the plateau? Um, which then is supposed to be the transition from beginner artist to intermediate artist. I mean, it's not wrong advice. That's not wrong. It's not the only way to do things. I think the issue is a lot of people put a lot of stock into what the proper path is for everybody to get to a certain level. And the reality is there is no proper path. There is no sort of like one sort of size fits all for getting good at art. What I would say is you should really focus. You're asking me what the most crucial thing to learn is to become better at art is to learn to observe and to apply what you observe. What do I mean by that? What I mean is, essentially, when you look at a piece, you should be able to look at it and understand or try to understand what the decisions the artist made were in coming to these line placements or these render styles or whatever, right? That's really crucial. Understanding sort of why a certain thing is in a certain spot or understanding these patterns is probably very important. I use this example all of the time, okay, but I'm going to do it again just because we're still on the same drawing. But if you're drawing a 3/4 head, understanding sort of the angle changes here. On like at the brow here, you change here. At the corner of the eye, you change here. At the corner of the eye, you switch over to the cheekbone. The cheekbone is elevated in the top like third, right? Like doing all these things and noticing all these patterns and stuff like that is really, 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 really important. And it doesn't just apply to cheekbones and jaws and ears or whatever. It's on everything. Hoods, where the curves go, how the curves angle, where they fold, where the fabric builds up. These are going to be consistent across a lot of different artists. And once you start to understand these patterns and be able to apply them to your own work, that's when you're really going to unlock the sort of tools that are going to get you to improve really, really quickly. So when people are saying copy other artists, they're right. But what they're missing, or what the subtext of what they're saying is you're copying other artists to learn from the decisions that those artists made in their work and applying those decisions to your own work. It's not about you take Catsnack's drawing and then you go, oh, well, Catsnack did this and this and this, so I'm going to do this, this, and this. And then he did the hair like this and this and this and this, so I'm going to do this, this, and this, and this. That's not it. If you turn your brain off when you're doing it, you're copying wrong and you're wasting your time, and at that point copying is pointless. You might get a result that looks similar to what you're trying to reproduce, but you didn't get anything out of it, and you're not going to grow as a consequence of doing a study like that. What you really want to do is you want to observe sort of like, okay, like what's the space between his eyes here when he's doing the eyes, or how much space does he leave on the corner of the eye versus where he starts the cheekbone, and how does where's the bump on the nose? Is it at the bottom of the nose here, or is it at the top of the nose here? What angle is the nostril at? You know, where is his ear relative to the position of the brows? These are the little things you're looking for all the time. This is why you're doing copies. This is the stuff you're trying to extract from the copies. If you're just copying, you're not going to learn. But when people say copying, or when an advanced or senior artist talks about copying, that's what they're talking about. But that's not what they're saying sometimes. And so I would say, yes, the advice is to copy, but copy with intentionality and copy with a purpose and try to extract as much information as you can. Snack, would you criticize my sketch? I appreciate you asking. I might do crits in like an hour or something. I think I had somebody else ask for a crit. I do want to focus a little bit more on drawing right now, and then we'll do some crits, okay? On that note, if somebody wants to submit a crit, I'll take one other crit, but beyond that, I'm probably not going to be doing any more critiques today. We also have tomorrow's stream, which I could go over some critiques, but Joe Mama has returned over on YouTube. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Joe Mama. Okay. I don't really want to listen to Shinedown anymore. Let's see. Just going to go back to Creed. Ooh, shit. How are you? Nice to meet you. I'm pretty good, dog. How are you? Please come now. I can fall down. Thank you. back when I heard thunder. Nice artwork. Thank you. Thank you, Joe Mama. Be right back. You know what time it is. Time to go crank hog, dude. Sorry, I mean watch anime, as you call it. Master copy is just one of the studies after all. That's right, but I think artists are really bad at communicating what the point of doing a study is. And I think that is the point, is to extract information. It's not just to replicate something that you see. The anime is pretty orgasmic. Well, whatever gets your rocks off, dog. I still find it hard to decide whether I'm copying the correct information to get the impact I'm looking for. You'll learn after time, you know? Joe Mama says, it's crazy, however, since I started drawing again, after a 4-year hiatus, I've been getting recommended art YouTubers. My biggest regret is not learning how to draw people, anatomy, and figures. I think that's pretty important, dude. And, you know, you've come to the right place, because that's kind of my bread and butter, is people, anatomy, and figures. Rendering and coloring and stuff like that, I'm a little bit weaker at, but for sure, anatomy and stuff I'm pretty good at. Clothing design, I struggle with quite a bit, as you can tell, but... Is it okay to use a lot of references just to copy little portions of it, like folds, face angles, eye angles, etc.? Absolutely, 100% it is. You should be doing that. Darkness, thank you for the follow. Snack also struggles with makeup too. Do I? I haven't drawn a lot of ladies in a while, I will say. Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking... Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking. Joe Mama on YouTube says, my artwork of drawing people was so bad in middle school, my teacher had to talk to my parents because she was very concerned on how they appeared. Damn, dog. Damn. What the hell are you drawing? Shavik? Oh shit, what up, dog? How you doing? Dude, your clothing design is peak. I love these pirates you did a while back. Oh, you're talking about, what the hell are they? These guys? These are like samurai-ish. I think I was trying to go for like pirates. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about these guys. These. Yeah, these were heavily referenced. I really should be using reference right now. I'm stealing this guy's cloak here. Also, Purple, to answer your question, I'm literally stealing from reference right now. You know, I'm not doing like the exact same cloak or whatever, but he has a cloak on his shoulder. I'm giving him a cloak on his shoulder. This guy doesn't have a collar though. My guy has a collar. You know, so I'm making changes, but in general, yeah, for sure, it's totally cool to steal from ideas from reference. You know, and elements. Imagine 2D from the Gorillas, except really contorted and crooked. Oh, okay, it's just like some horror shit. Was good, Cat? Not much, dog. Was good, Shovik. Just chilling. Where you been, dog? How's life? And I'm waiting. Go there. Make our escape. Come on, let's go there. Can you take me higher? Is it okay to dislike artists who mainly redraw from photos, like a one-to-one? Depends. Are they pretending that they didn't do that? The only time that I think it's appropriate to dislike somebody for doing something like that. And I don't think you should really dislike them. I just don't think it's like a... It's just dishonest, you know? But I mean, if people are like, hey, this is a replica of a thing I did, then for sure, dude. Like, it's totally fine. You can do copies of stuff. Just be transparent. That's all. Joe Mama says, do you have any published works or work on comics? I have an Instagram, but I don't have a lot of online postings. No, I'm pretty mostly focused on Twitch, to be quite honest. Which is where I'm streaming right now, as well as YouTube, which I know you're watching me on YouTube, but yeah, so no, I don't have a lot of published stuff online. I'm a bit of a mysterious streamer. I've been good. Haven't been on YouTube much lately because I've been rewatching all the Marvel movies. Holy waste of time. Why are you doing that, dog? The snack partake in the bean juices or the Monster Energy drink? You're talking about coffee? Yeah, I've been drinking coffee all morning. I'm all out, though. I copied some actors' photographs. Well, that's good. As long as you're learning from it, you know? I can't even copy photo reference properly. I tried for like 10 hours yesterday. How are you doing it? There's ways to do it that makes it a lot easier, you know? I feel like I'm alone for the very first time. Sometimes I need IRL photos for reference. It's hard sometimes to think of something off the top of my head. Guys, you should be using reference. Everybody should be using reference. If you're not, you're hurting your ability to learn. The only way that you can have a large visual library to draw from imagination is if you've looked at reference like a million times. If you're guessing, maybe you'll get to the answer eventually if you just keep guessing. But it's going to take you like so much longer. Why would you do that to yourself? Which is ironic because it's kind of what I'm doing right now, but... I just got a little motivation to draw today. I want to redraw the Loki series after finishing Endgame, but I don't want it anymore. How come? I've got an anime book right next to me. Which one? If you have the persistence to do 10 hours, you're Gucci. Yeah, that's true. Instead of copying it, I would break it down. That's a better approach, I think. I would recommend that over just doing straight copies. I think there's not a lot of value in just doing a one-to-one copy of something, personally. I don't know if I want this guy just like standing there, you know? Also, I'm a liar. I'll be on YouTube all the time. I'm just a mega lurker. I believe you. I feel like I can't tell who's lurking on YouTube though, because there's no like community tab. On Twitch, if I like click to the community tab, I can literally see everybody who's watching right now. All the little lurkers. I see you all. I see you all. And just know I'll never call you out, and I appreciate you. You're my special little lurker. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. But on YouTube, I can't do that. Okay, dog. I gotta... Wag's tail? No, no. Give me a nickname? I already did. I call you Purple. Your name says Pearl Poi. You want another nickname? Can't be getting greedy now, Purple. With me. Does the participants list only show chatters? Participants list? I don't even see a participants list. Oh, there is one. Oh shit, I'm tripping, dude. Yeah, I guess I can't see all the lurkers on YouTube. What would you look at that? You just taught me something new, Bob. Please, man. I'll let chat decide. What should we call purple? I have full veto power here because I don't trust you guys to be nice, but ups and down. Red. Okay. What about Big Red? Something erotic? No. No, we're not doing something erotic. We'll do something erotic for you, Damon. You could be Dickman. Or instead of Damon's Lair, it'd be Dickman Long. How about that? Is purple a man or a womf? Womf? Another one. So many ladies in chat, dude. That's wild. I'm scared now. Don't worry, Joe Mama. Your name's perfect enough as it is. Jerry, I'm calling Tom. Please don't. Everybody's a freaking lady in chat, dude. Part of me wants to run a poll to see how many ladies are actually in chat. I'm convinced that's the majority of chat. PP? You want to be called PP? I'm never gonna forget I'm never gonna remember your nickname though. That's the thing. I can barely remember like chatters' names most of the time. Surely I won't be renamed to Dickman Long in the Discord. Sounds like you want to be renamed to Dickman Long in the Discord. Don't forget Thades. That's true. We got a couple days in here too. Unless I believe on the old birds will fly. I do not consent to anything erotic. I'm not gonna give you an erotic name, dude. Don't worry. Y'all tweaking. Cat Snack? That will definitely not be your nickname. Nice try, though. Now you're getting greedy. It's high school name calling rules. You get the most heinously erotic or non-politically correct one imaginable. I gotta stay within TOS, you know? I didn't request that. YouTube links don't work. And I guess we just discovered why. We are listening to this, though. This shit does go kind of hard. Poo Pants Purple. Nancy throwing stones. Aren't you the one that doesn't like that name for yourself? Playing with fire there, Nancy. Puff pull is associated with eroticism. I don't think so. No disgusting stuff either. You're limiting my options here quite a bit, Purple. That's like my bread and butter. Alright, no poople. Poll created. Do you got a peener or a cooter? What a terrible poll. I did not condone this poll. Red is associated with eroticism. Purple's associated with nobility. Red is also associated to, like, violence and stuff, too, so... Bro, it is so trippy. My eye has been vibrating for like 3 days now. It doesn't, it only does it like once every like hour or two, but it's so weird. I'm never gonna get used to the feeling. It's not like a bad feeling, it just feels strange. My vision just kind of does like this for like a second. Like there's a mini earthquake happening. I don't like the cloak, dude. I don't like it. I don't like it. Means you need more sleep? I know. Well, I'm an insomniac, so that's sort of on brand for me, is to not sleep. Snack's diabetic? Please don't say that to me. I hope not. Nobody in my family is diabetic, so... You're pretty off-brand genetically for me to become diabetic. I don't have, like, any other symptoms. If rain had a color, what color would you want it to be? I was gonna say yellow, but then it would just look like piss. Green would be concerning. Blue is fine. I think I'm okay with blue. Or whatever the fuck color rain is. Grayish. Malnourished or too many stimulants? I just don't sleep, bro. Like, this is not like, I mean, I guess it's relatively novel, but... What if it's white? Yeah, it cum falling from the sky. Snack, you critiquing tonight? Nah, not today. I will be tomorrow, though, probably. I'll allow one... I said I would do one critique earlier, in like an hour or so. And I probably might do one more after that. But they're going to be very, very quick, because I really don't want to be doing crits today. I do need reference for this. Give me like 10 minutes, guys. I gotta fucking browse some reference shit. Ooh, I fucks with this. I fucks with this pretty heavy, dude. Had just one friend. Only one name, man. Okay, so I got piss, white, and blue. Yes, ma'am. Snack critique on cooldown? That's right. I already have it set to blue, so I'll do yellow. Dealer's choice, you know? This is also kind of drippy. Back. Welcome back. Would you look at that? The majority of chat have penises. At least on the ones who voted. Surely a choice between duck sawing and crits would yield results. I put my shit's jacked. Is it? Does that apply to cooters? I don't know. Snack, why are you asking people for their penises? I'm not, okay? It was Jadu. Don't put that evil on me, dog. I'm throwing you under the bus, Jads. Big J. Big J doo doo. So what's my new nickname? I don't know. What did we determine? We said red. We said poople. What was another one? I don't know. PP was another one, I think. There weren't a lot of good options. I'm not gonna remember your nickname. Poi's fine. I can do Poi. My own shit. Poisson? I want a French nickname. You want to be called Fish? I held my head up high. Oh my god, I love fish. Alright, you can be Poi then. I will forget tomorrow. Don't you know what French Starmie sounds like? Not really. I only watch Pokemon in English. Please educate yourself. Why don't you educate me? Why do I gotta do all the effort, huh? Help a brother out, Mika. You know, I used to have a dog named Mika. I loved her, by the way. She was awesome. She was not friendly at all, but she was awesome. Woof. I'm not gonna fall for the bait. Why are you dropping links, dog? Made me nervous. What's going on here? Oh, the French Starmie? I don't have my, oh, what is it? Okay. I don't have my browser audio on right now. You're gonna have to tell me what it is. It's fine, it's just a cartoon. Uh-huh. Can you squeak like a mouse? No, I cannot, unfortunately. I don't have the vocal capability to do that. It's very sensual. Does it involve fuck? Is it like, cut me or something like that? I don't know. He's scared? Guys, you guys have been such gooners right now. Stop trying to get me to meow and bark and woof and do all this stuff. I know you guys are straight gooning right now. Don't lie to me. When somebody says, can you squeak like a mouse, I know that's a sinister request. I wasn't born yesterday, guys. Squeak for us, mouse man. Quit jerking off, Nancy. Do a jiggle? Shit, you know it, do. My libido too trash to goon? Tragic. Mika, are you gonna tell me what Starmie is in French, or do I have to Google it? Don't make me Google it, please. The sounds she makes have to be heard. Oh, I see. Be right back, going for dinner. Very convenient. Dinner, huh? He's scared. Glad, why do you want me to make mouse noises? I'll be sick, dude. That's like me showing up in your chat, be like, Glad, you should meow, dude. You should meow. You're telling me you're not gonna think there's some sort of like sus desire, like weird sickness going on with a request like that? You really think a random chatter asking you to meow and squeak is doing it because they just love it? They just love the sound of a meow? There's some other shit going on there. I don't trust you guys. And I don't meow for free. Okay, that's paid content. Probably not squeak, but death meow. I think they both have the same connotation. They're both goontastic requests. Snag gonna do more buildings? I really should. Nah, I don't love it. It's just the thought of it because you're a mouse. Uh-huh. Whatever you say, dude. I don't believe none of you guys. I assume the worst with chatters. We want you to embrace the mouse roots? Uh-huh. Arnie, what does a mouse even sound like? What about fashion? I'm trying that right now. I just don't really know how to do it. I'm very bad at it. Squeak, squeak. What helps me is looking on Temu. What about a frog? This guy looks sketchy. My mind. Your mind. I browse Pinterest. I'm not a big. I don't think I've ever used like Temu. Well, yeah, exactly like that. Squeak, squeak. You just want me to say squeak, squeak? Squeak, squeak, chat. Squeak, squeak and shit. That's not very good gooner bait. Yes? Any online clothing store? I'm gonna make this guy look like he shops at Uniqlo. I'm just kidding. If I'm on the right. Hey, Uniqlo's goated. It is, but I don't know if this guy's like looks like a Uniqlo consumer, you know? We're an easy eye direction fix. Rolex for watches. You want to have a Rolex. Oopsies, drawn on the wrong layer. Okay, I'm back properly now. That was a quick goon sesh, dude. You're back already? Depends on the gooner. You can even look at Gucci. You guys want me to Gucci up this dude? What the hell are we listening to? Something to wake you up from that yawn? Thanks for noticing, King. Not Starmie being Starmie. Okay. We're getting rid of the collar. No more collar. There's other anime I want to watch, but I'm updating my iPad. Just the wrong type of collar. Woof woof. Mika, are you talking about yourself? I will say, my dog Mika was a very beautiful looking dog. She was a white husky with blue eyes. She was certainly a little bit wild though. I had like a redneck cousin, or my mom had a redneck cousin, who lived in like the middle of the woods. And we're pretty convinced that, because like it was one of his puppies from his litter, and we're pretty convinced that she was like part wolf. Because he definitely like would keep wolves on his property. And she was like ferocious. I'm white alright. Very nice. White with blue eyes is beautiful. Snack. In my lovely dog. Okay? In the dog that I loved. Who was very protective of me. We were born the same year, okay? She was born in 1994. I was born in 1994. Because of that, she was a puppy when I was a baby. And so we got along really, really, really well. You know, she loved me, but she hated everything else. And because of that, we had like a special connection. Me and that white dog. Me and that white blue-eyed dog. That arm's a little small. Draw her as your OC. Draw Mika as my OC. You're pretty cool. Maybe. Maybe one day. I think this arm needs to be a little longer still. Yes, draw me as one of your French OCs. I know your ass is gooning right now, dude. I know your ass is gooning. You can't even convince me otherwise. Trying to get me to meow, trying to make me watch some gooner ass Pokemon shit. Honestly, taking some of these sentences out of context is some of the funniest shit. Am I about to get my ass clipped? Is that what's happening now? Me talking about how much I love white things with blue eyes. You can have the clip, chat. It's fine. I got no shame over my status as a non-racist. Nothing's gonna challenge it. Things? I'm giving you guys the clickbait. I really don't like this. Let's tuck this elbow in a bit more. Ooh, not that much. Actually, don't hate that. Keep talking. No! Blue Eyes White Dragon? Based Eyes White Dragon, dude. I actually did love... my favorite... I was gonna say Digimon. My favorite fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card was Red Eyes. Is it Black Dragon? So, you know... What would you guys rate Ivan Kalashnikov out of 10? Search him. I assume it's the guy who made the Kalashnikov, the gun. No, that was Kalashnikov? Whatever, dude. You mean rate him visually? Ooh, Leo, hit me with the 10 stream streak? Ain't no way you're gonna be dropping that alliterated streak like that. Yes, visually, would you take him home or nah? I feel like I'm so out of place in this conversation. I know most of the people like admitted in the poll that they're men, but I still don't buy it. I got like a conspiracy theory that more than half of my chat is ladies, alright? You'll never convince me otherwise. Or, you know, a lot of gay men. Let me look up this freaking goon bait for you. Ivan I cannot spell that. I gotta copy paste this shit. He's alright. Who does he remind me of? He looks like some Western celebrity. I can't remember the guy's name. This dude, he looks like what the fuck does he look like? I don't know. Anyways, Dad, this is who they're talking about. And he's gone. He's literally Flynn Rider. Have you ever heard the story of how they determined Flynn Rider's like design? Apparently, they literally just did like goon polling in the studio. So they would put up like different like images of guys with different looks, and then they would make all of the straight women in the studio come in and vote on which one they found more attractive. And then they eventually landed on Flynn Rider's design. That's how they did it. They did like iterations, and they just made all the ladies like vote on how hot the design was. Watch out, Snack. They after your tail. They did the same for Breath of the Link. Breath of the Link? Oh, you mean Breath of the Wild Link? They made all the ladies determine what the hottest version of Link was. Guys, I'm gonna be honest, I'm really not a Death Grips fan. Like, at all. No offense to those who are, it's just not really my thing, you know? Skip it? I think I will. Guys, what are your thoughts on Hobo Johnson? I'm not gonna tell you mine until you tell me yours. But I remember watching like I get a bunch of Instagram reels of him getting roasted. I wonder how you guys think about that. Zale, I have more viewers. Also, I suffer. Nothing good to show around today. Well, you know, Zale, if you don't want to share anything, you don't have to. But you're always welcome to. Also, welcome in, dog. How you been? Been pretty alright. Not suffering as much as I used to. Oh, wow. You passed it all to me, huh? I've been suffering a little bit. Right. Gonna have to dip now, though. Legit didn't eat for 12 hours. Go eat, dog. Fill up your belly. I've only had carrots today, so I should probably eat sometime soon, too. But I appreciate you popping in. I appreciate you sharing your chat with me. Do your thing. That man is my daily drawing material. Hobo Johnson. No, Ivan, aka Flynn Rider. Gotcha. Ads? Uh-oh. What time is it where you are? It's almost 3 a.m. there. It's 3 p.m. So we're literally 12 hours apart, dude. I'm Eastern time. It's the middle of the day for me. I'm honored. I was gonna call you Purple, but your name's Poi now. I'm honored, Poi, that you're watching me at 3 a.m. You're so committed. But also, I worry for your little brain, dude. You gotta sleep, dog. Three ten p.m., same as me, Siren. We're in the same time zone. Siren, you're Canadian too, huh? Right? Unless I'm tripping. I feel like you are. I updated my iPad and I hate it. I just realized Siren probably can't hear me right now. She's too busy watching ads. Maybe she can hear me now, though. Siren, have you returned from the land of ads? Or are you still getting absolutely owned? Let's point the foot a little out more. Ooh, C curve. What are you talking about? Which part? It's more like an S curve. Because well, I guess it depends. If you think like the gesture kind of goes through here, maybe it's more of a C curve. But it's kind of like an S curve a little bit. Siren, you back? You with us? I hear. You're Canadian, right? Yeah. Okay. How do you make artwork look 3D? How do I make artwork look 3D? Think in 3D, right? Like I'm thinking right now of like where the knee is. In my brain, I'm imagining a knee sort of in this position here, tied to a leg that's sort of like this, right? And then I'm thinking the calf is going to be sort of like this as it comes down. So I'm imagining that, and then so when I'm drawing my lines, I'm putting my lines over top of that. So it's wrapping over top of that form. And it gives that sense of three-dimensionality, because I'm using my wrinkles and stuff to define shapes underneath. It's the same deal with sort of like the folds here. You're just using all of these details as tools to identify form. Right now I'm trying, and now I want to adopt this into the piece. And so I'm trying to think of how to do that. Thank you. He looks like a farmer. I want him to look like a mischievous little jester or something, you know? That's what I'm going for right now. So that's why I want to implement this. Because I feel like I wasn't implementing it enough. You are right, he did come off a little bit more farmer-esque. Which is not my goal. Either way, it looks like he could work a pull. Oh yeah, he could throw it back. Feel angry. I feel helpless. Now he looks like Disney's Claude Frollo. I don't know what that is. You don't know Frollo? No idea. No idea what the hell you guys are talking about right now. I'm sure if I saw a picture, I'd be like, oh yeah, that guy. But I don't remember, like, Disney character names and shit. I don't like that shape. Pronounced are these? Yeah. I'm gonna look him up just to appease you guys. Claude Frollo. Claude Frollo. Whoops. Frollo. He does not look like this guy at all. What are you guys talking about? The guy from freaking The Hunchback of Notre Dame? Ain't no way that's the same dude. I don't know what you guys are imagining. A face with arms wide open. The fashion? Oh, maybe. I just gotta make sure these things are the right shapes. These things feel very different from one another. Oh no. When I'm ready to be the man, have to be. Well, this place, I'll show you everything with arms wide open. Everything is gone now. I don't know the lyrics. I'm gonna keep singing like I do though. With arms wide open. You mentioned that you were born in 1994. You're 31? That's right. I'm 31. Damn, Unk. Alright. Alright. You're gonna lose your nickname privileges real soon. I'm just kidding. I'm a bit of an unk, I'm not gonna lie. Not literally, I don't have any nephews, but... Comfort unk energy? There you go. We'll take it. Are you sweating, Siren, because you're also 31? Is that what's going on? What up, Basic? How you doing, dog? Unk that smokes weed? I don't, though. I literally don't smoke weed. Not there yet, but getting close. I feel like you told me how old you were once. I don't remember, though. I want to say 28. Yes, I'm fucking goated, dude. See, I never forget a thing. Something more. This one's so difficult to do. Gonna rain. There's... I'm trying to get these to feel like they're sort of like being influenced by gravity. It's really difficult, though. Which means they need to gradually get more and more tilted. Except for this one, because it's going to be pretty straight on. Your lines are so thin, probably because you draw big. This brush is weird, so the faster you move it, the thinner the line. That was a white line. Let me see. See? Whereas if I do the same line, slower, it comes out thicker. But if I do the same, like I haven't touched my size, just the speed I move it at. See? I'm not changing my pressure either. I can change my pressure, and then it'll still be thick and thin. Now I made it bigger. What about pressing lighter? That'll also make it thinner. I was on pixel size 12. But then moving it faster makes it even thinner. See how it's like thinner in this area? Wowie. Wowie. So I try and move my hand fast when I'm doing my strokes. When I'm stroking my shit. I stroke my shit fast, guys, alright? I'm just saying. My art, I mean. Ugh, I don't like that. I don't like that little... These look like little penises. They're not. They're clubs. We need to master the stroke. That's right. I do feel like I try really hard to be conscious of how my hand moves when I'm drawing well, because I feel like there's different rhythms when you're flowing versus when you're not, and replicating that is really, 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 really difficult. It's like one of the hardest things. I feel like I have never been able to recreate that. I'm really fucking cold though. I should probably put a blankie on or something. Can I be in the critique queue if you're doing one today or tomorrow? Yeah, you can be. You know what? Fuck it. Send whoever wants a crit right now. I'm taking. Let's see if there's a queue before anybody drops anything. We got purple. I saw purples, so we'll do purples, and then I don't know. We can. If somebody else wants to drop it in there, drop it in there. I will allow one more crit after purples. First come, first serve. Okay, we're gonna just start with purples and we'll do it now. Who wants to come? Your line weight is a little strange. Meaning there's just not a lot of... There's not a lot of consistency. His hair is very, very thin. Like the line weight on it. I'm gonna lighten the opacity up. We'll just draw on this layer actually. Also, you're doing something that I think, you know, is a pretty common mistake that I see people do a lot. You're contouring more than you're drawing. So what I mean by that is if you draw something, let's say I'm drawing this, and I'm just going through here and I'm doing ba 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 ba, and then ba 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 ba, and then ba 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 ba, and then ba 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 ba. I'm doing a contour, and you're not showing a lot of form when you contour something. If you really want to do things right, or sorry, if you want forms to read, you have to show inner folds and how things overlap. Overlap is critical to helping a pose read, right? So all these lines I'm doing now, these would be overlaps, and this and all that. These are all overlap lines. Showing all these wrinkles internally are really important. And the reason I say that is because I'm looking at your guy here, especially on this arm. It's all contours. There's no overlaps. There's no lines showing like, oh, that folds like that, and then it comes down to like, oops. That folds like that, and then it comes down to like here, or this does this, or, you know, this sort of has like this sort of build up on the fold here. You know, we're missing a lot of those details, and it doesn't help the viewer read things. You're also, you're leaving blanks here, which I think last time I had talked a little bit about using the Gestalt principle where you leave sort of some absentee spots. But some places need that information, and if there's a lot of tension coming from a certain spot, it's probably going to be beneficial to have that information, you know? I definitely need to figure out folds. There's a video by Modern Day James that goes over folds that's really, really, really handy, and it goes into it in detail. I would recommend watching that. These wrinkles here, one thing to understand with wrinkles is they're very stylistically fluid, meaning you can apply wrinkles in a bunch of different ways, and you don't have to just do wrinkles. Like, I could do the wrinkle like this, you know? I could do the wrinkle like this. I could do... There's no exact spot for wrinkles. They're kind of up to the artist to interpret and stylize however they want. But one thing to note is you don't want to have repeating patterns. You want some variety. Like, if this is this shape, this shouldn't be this shape also. And then this should be this shape also. Obviously, there's slight differences between them, but I would go small here, big here, and then maybe small again here. You know, something like that. You don't have to do this exact shape pattern. I don't even know that this would necessarily work with this design. But the idea is you don't want too many repeating shapes. How about the anatomy and proportions? The pose still feels pretty stiff to me. It's hard to say. Did you use a reference for this? I do need to rewatch that. No exact spot. There are... sorry, I should clarify. There are spots where tension lines come from. Like, if you have a cylinder... and then that cylinder meets another cylinder... like here, let's say. This is how, sort of like how an arm would be simplified. Like, this area right here would be a tension point. You know, if there's like a wrist where like maybe a hand comes up like this, maybe this would be a tension point also. But what I mean is how the folds come from those tension points are less important. Or it is less important. Like, you can add the tension point here. You can make it like this. You can make it like this. You can make it like this. Not super duper important how you do it or what the shape looks like. So long as there's variety and it describes the form that it's sitting on top of. And I think that's a lot more important. Right? But those tension points are very important. So that's when I said like it doesn't matter, that's not, I didn't mean like it doesn't matter at all. I just mean like how you stylize the wrinkles and stuff is a little less important. The origin of where those wrinkles come from is certainly important. Yes, I used a bunch of reference, but I'm still struggling with the poses. Or with the anatomy. You're going to, though. For probably a while. Probably like several years, you know? And then it'll start to sort of slowly come together over those years. But it's not something that you can expect to really be able to do instantly. Another thing, you've got sort of these anti-gravity cuffs here. You gotta think, gravity is pulling on all of these parts. So if you have a sleeve, the sleeve is probably going to be a little bit more like this, wrapping around that form, than it is going to be perfectly straight. Because gravity's pulling everything straight down. And so, you know, if you've got, like, folds going back to a tension point, like the elbow, let's say, it's going to have, like, this slope here because of the gravity pulling the heaviest point of that fabric down. Is he anatomically fine to you, anatomical master? I mean, his proportions are probably fine. The pose is just very stiff and a little boring. And I think that's a separate thing, right? Like, I could draw a body that's anatomically correct, right? Like, let's say I draw an arm here, and the arm is, like, perfectly anatomically correct. It's totally fine. right? And then I have it connected to like a chest muscle here. Collarbone here, rib cage. That's totally fine. But this whole thing is very, very stiff. There's no gesture. There's no actual, like, clear story being told with the pose. What is he doing, right? Like, I can't really... Like, it looks like maybe he's picking something. You know? So, think of your intention with the pose. Think of exactly how you would do it. And then apply that. Like, this pose is anatomically correct, but it's boring. Maybe you need a little tricep here. It's still boring, though. Like, this doesn't really tell me anything. This is great for, like, a character design pipeline, where I'm sending this to be modeled. But where, in the context of somebody who's, you know, doing something, what would this guy be doing? And I think with your character, it's a little unclear what the direction is. He looks like he's looking at something. He's picking something up. But there's no gesture that's clear to me. If he's picking something, maybe you have a strong gesture coming through. Maybe, like, let's say there's an apple here, or an apple tree. I'm just going to do a simple tree, bunch of little apples on it, whatever. Let's say a guy walks up to that and he picks the apple. How would that happen? Well, I'm imagining myself reaching up. I'm looking up with my head, so I'm going to maybe have my head up like this. Maybe the arm is crossing over my head as I reach up for this apple. Okay? Now what happens? Maybe I can extend it a few ways. Maybe I extend it this way, and he's sort of, you know... Maybe he has like a curve coming like this if he's not fully overextended. But I'm getting really creative here, getting gestural. Maybe he arches his back as he's really overextending here. He's standing on a stool that's maybe balancing or something. I don't know. Whatever. The point is, try and come up with something that allows you to have expression and gesture in your pose. I like your big boobs over your drawing board, Mr. Snack. Femboy Shy. Oh my god. Bro, this is my 100th follower. Femboy Shy was number 100. Don't think I ever forgot about that, by the way. You're either number 100... I think you were number 100, dude. You know, there's a bunch of different ways a person can pick an apple. Purple or poi. And so it's up to you to really determine what that is. And just try and tell a story. And then the best way to do that is to look at how other people interpret like those sort of those decisions. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's tons of people who have drawn characters reaching out for things or grabbing things. See how they did it. So this pose to me just reads as a little boring. There's nothing anatomically, proportionately, overly wrong about it. There's just not a lot of interest in the pose. And I think that's something that needs to be highlighted, is that not every reference image is a good reference image. Not every image is, like, worth referencing. You know what I mean? Even some poses that look really crazy dynamic with, like, crazy flaring hands and legs bending in all kinds of way. Just because it's super dynamic doesn't mean it's particularly like good as a reference image, you know? I think you need to start doing gesture drawing and start understanding the big axis and try to identify the big axis curves moving through poses. That's what you should do. You should start doing... Go on lineofaction.com or, you know, Croquis Cafe or whatever reference source you want to pull from and just basically study it, you know? And when I say study it, I mean try to analyze the simplifications that can be made. And you can look at other gesture drawings, too, to see how to do that. For example, like, let's say I'm looking at this pose. Maybe a gesture of this pose would just be this... and then something like this. And now when I'm drawing this, My goal is basically to get as much of this energy kept in the pose as I can. Right? That's sort of like how I could gesture this. And it's literally a 30-second stick figure. And now when I'm going through this, I'm trying really, really hard to maintain the energy in this pose. I don't want to lose the energy in this pose. And that's sort of my job as an artist, is to try and keep as much of this energy as I can. And like, I took this pose, but I changed things. I elevated the head, you know? The flow is generally the same, but you can make changes on whatever works best for you. Maybe we make it a woman. Right? He's holding a book and pointing at the board. I hate how his head looks. I know he looks stiff. Holding a book, yeah, I see that. Pointing at the board. I think his eye direction, I mean, he's looking at the camera. Like, his eyes are looking in this direction. Which is a little weird, considering he's pointing here. His eyes should be looking forward. You know, something like that is already going to be a little bit better for the viewer, because now it gives them direction to look at. The issue, though, is his head is looking kind of high up. Like, if you're looking up, you don't really tilt your head that high up. Unless something is, like, really, really, really high up. But generally, your eyes can move a lot more than your head needs to move. So maybe your eyes are just looking straight forward. And it'd be more profile, less three-quarter. Now, how would I make this less stiff? Well, I would use reference to start, but if I wasn't using reference, how would I freestyle this? Maybe have the book arm out, and he's like holding the book like this, maybe. And I would just go real quick with it, and scribbly, you know, and try and find like major axis lines that I can push. Maybe he has a leg forward. He's like got his foot on a chair. I don't know. I don't really know how I would do this, personally. I'm just kind of guessing right now. Still feels a little stiff to me. Maybe you move the head forward. How would a teacher be teaching in front of a class, right? That's like, that would be my next question. Because it's like he's a teacher almost, right? How teacher in front of class, Pinterest. That's what I'm typing in. Wow, Pinterest has a lot of hot teachers. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Teacher, classroom. I'm just looking for something that has a natural, organic feel to it. Okay? Okay, here's an example. So this teacher's teaching in front of the classroom, okay? So here's an example. Just a random teacher teaching in front of the classroom. How would I simplify this or gesture it? First of all, I want to identify the long axis. I'm gonna move this somewhere where I have a little bit more space, where you can see the teacher a bit more clearly. Want to identify the long axis. I think there's a long axis line going probably from the top of her head down to her foot. Now, it's not perfect. She's got sort of like an S-curve thing going on here. But we can change that. I don't have to do that exact thing. I could put this like this. And now if I'm gesturing it, maybe I'm doing something. I'm gonna push the arm out a bit, you know? Something like this. I'm gonna push the arch in her back. You know? And now I feel like we have a stronger gesture to work off of. For this teacher in particular. Now I'm looking at the flow sort of going from this arm down into this elbow here. That's why I changed the elbow out to be like this. Right? Like she has like a stronger flow now going this way. Not looking at chat right now, so give me a second here. So that's just like an example. But now I can take this pose, and I don't need to make it front on, because I've got like a little base here. Or I don't need to make it profile, sorry. Like, this teacher's looking from behind, but I can take this pose now. And I can put my teacher in here, or your teacher. Right? Something like that, maybe. Elevate this shoulder a bit. And now he's holding a pencil like this, whatever. And now he could have his book here. And I'm just trying to maintain that energy going through here as I'm drawing my character now. He feels a little off balance to me, so I think maybe I'll bring a leg forward here. But I feel like now that has a stronger gesture flowing through the pose. All because we decided to look at a reference and try and interpret a gesture, right? And now that I've got my gesture, maybe I do a new layer, I reduce the opacity. I'm doing it all in like one layer here. But now I can go in and I can do some detailing. Maybe I want to give him like some eyes here, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Eyes, face, nose. Shoulder, wrinkles, folds in the wrinkles, all that stuff. You know? But this is sort of how I would build on what I've done. And see where I could push, see where I could pull. And you'll get a stronger gesture that way. But that's the point of gestural exercises. Is to see how you can push, how you can pull, how you can change. What the curves are in certain poses, all that stuff. I don't know if that helps. But that's sort of what I would do if I'm struggling to find like a gesture or a strong pose. Trying to make sure my... Right? And you've got semblance of gesture in here. But you could just change it more or make it a little bit more appropriate to the actual action and all that stuff. Add rotation to the face. Like, you've got rotation going down that way, but you could also add rotation this way. There's tons and tons of ways you could do this. You know? I think you need to explore and practice gesture more. That's all. Get rid of that. Does that help, purple? Oh my god, I don't know. I can't remember what layer I drew on. There we go. My little sketch over top isn't really super duper important, but I'm gonna send you this because I think this is an example of a decent gesture for the pose you're going for. Okay, we got basic. Basic's gonna be the last critique. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick before we do this crit, and then we'll jump into it. BRB. I'm gonna run some ads because I'm gonna make a little tuna sandwich. Kind of hungry. BRB. Alright, chat. I'm back. Did you guys miss me? You make time to sit down and study, or is that just something you do in passing? I mean, I went to art school for like 3 years. We did life drawing like 3 times a week, you know? So it's pretty important stuff. Like you could definitely do it independent. You don't need art school to learn gesture and all this shit. Like There's probably more people that learn how to draw really well without art school than people who do go to art school, you know? So it's not it's not like a requirement. But understanding gesture and stuff is pretty important. Basic, if you're still around, we're gonna go over your thing soon. Assuming you're still around. I'm just gonna eat this sandwich. We're almost done. How's the tuna? It's alright. I put an egg in it. I'm trying to find a reference for my hand, but it keeps slipping away from me. Just take your selfie camera out, take a photo of your own hand. Alright. I'm good to go now. Sorry, I had to go get water, clear all the fucking tuna out of my mouth. We're good to go though. It gets like caught in your like gums and all this shit. Give it a little swish and clean it out. Hey, I'm a new chatter. Pretty normal, I promise. I have a mirror on my art desk for hand drawings. You're normal? That's a first, dude. I don't trust any chatter that says they're normal. Shimmering, what are you hiding from us, huh? Nah, in all seriousness though, welcome in. Having a mirror is a fantastic tool. I prefer pictures because I tend to shift my hand around if I'm going based off of like, you know, a mirror or like something life-based. Tends to move and all that stuff. So I like selfies. You can like carry them with you, they're consistent. But whatever works for you, really. Alright, now we're gonna go over basics art. Basic, this looks like a drawing of She-Hulk, I think. It looks like She-Hulk. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I'm also gonna clear out some of the other stuff here. I sent you this, right, boy? Yeah, I did. Okay. I wanted to just make sure before I erase all this shit. Actually, don't think I need this reference, so we'll just delete that. We'll delete that. Where the fuck? Okay. I'm gonna merge all these layers. Sorry, I'm just cleaning up my layers right now. I got too much shit going on. I don't want to merge that. I just want to merge my references. I don't know what's on this. We could delete that. Okay, She-Hulk, She-Hulk, She-Hulk. I mean, there's very, very light. I wouldn't. There's not a whole lot for me to revise here. Your eyes are crooked. On the drawing here, like the eye direction's off. This eye here, will reduce the opacity. This eye here is looking off in this direction. And then this eye is looking in this direction. Or I guess it's like looking at the camera. Right? So she's a little cross-eyed. This eye makes the most sense. God, it's so tiny. I'm gonna make it bigger. This eye's fine. We have to align the other eye. Like, these are gonna be really, really small changes. I mean, this is a fine drawing. There's nothing crazy going on there. This eye, I think I would just have a little bit more scleral show on the inside, and it's gonna feel a little bit more aligned with the other one. Yeah, I was looking for small stuff I didn't notice. Yeah, so that's definitely gonna be one of them. The other one is probably gonna be your tangents. So your breast here is tangenting. So you see how this comes down? I mean, I can tell you know what a tangent is when I say that there's a tangent. It's just very distracting. Having this lat sort of like right on the edge there. It's a bit weird. I would, given the width of this breast, I would just push the breast out more. And just have it go over top of the lat. Just make that little change. And it'll feel a little bit better. I think the forms would also be a little bit more interesting. Like, it feels like this is very straight, and then it pivots up like this. I think this would be sort of like that. And then it would go over the collarbone, because this is like spandex, right? Something a bit more like this. Collarbone. So it's just some sort of like contouring here issues a little bit. Same deal on this one. This lat would not go over top of the tricep. The lat's gonna go behind the tricep, so this overlap here is incorrect. So it'd be more like this. The obliques would also be over top of the lat just a little bit. Showing those tiny little overlaps are gonna really help sort of sell the anatomy. Bicep is fine. Fine. You maybe pump up the deltoid a little bit more. Feels just a little flat. Just watch this. This curve here is a little weird to me. I moved it up a bit. This line here is in the wrong spot. I don't think the muscle originates from there. It'd probably be more like this. I'm not perfect at my leg anatomy, but I'm pretty sure that's sort of where the muscle would come from. It's gonna be the same deal on this side. Fine. Forearm. There's some weirdness going on here. I don't know what this line is, and this seems a little odd. I think your bicep should be a little bit clearer defined. Let's have the deltoid wrap over the bicep. Show that curvature there. It'll help sell the form a little bit better. See how you're doing like this line and then you continue that there? That seems weird. Like this line shouldn't really exist. Brachialis muscle exists here too. Tricep is a little bit too low. Well, the triceps, I guess, fine. It's just the shape feels weird. Feels very even. That arm also feels very short to me. Drop the elbow a bit. The forearm also feels a little small to me, or the hand feels a little small to me relative to the forearm. I'd bring the fist over. Just feels a little small. I think honestly you probably have to push the arm out more because it does make sense. Like the place where your fist is here makes sense. To me it makes sense anyways. But what I would say is the width or the length here too short. And I think that's because the arm's not flared out enough. Think of, if you ever, do you know who Chris Bumstead is? Look at how he flares in this pose when he does his Mr. Olympia posing. It's gonna be a lot more extreme. Because he does this exact pose. Chris Bumstead. Let's look him up. Chris Bumstead. Also, when you hit a bicep, what you're doing is you're trying to bring your elbow above. I don't know if this is from a reference or something, but if you're trying to draw a character hitting a bicep like flex, normally, just gotta tweak this a little bit. Normally, the elbow comes above or roughly at the same height as the shoulder. The reason you do that is because it peaks the bicep more in bodybuilding. So if you raise your elbow up, you get a higher peak on your bicep flex. I put the ref in the critiques channel. Yeah, notice what I'm talking about here. This girl knows how to pose her bicep. Look at the height of the elbow relative to the joint here. It's either at or above, whereas yours is lower. And that makes a big difference in the peak of the bicep. So these are sort of little technical things that are useful to know when it comes to like bodybuilding posing and stuff like that. I only know this shit because I used to work out, but when you hit a bicep flare or a bicep pose, you elevate your elbow above or at the height of the deltoid. I think her elbow is also farther out than yours was, also. And the overlap on the tricep, you can see it pretty clearly here. So this is sort of the tricep joint coming in there. It looks a little weird because there's some other shit going on here. But this is like the joint. The armpit is basically just the point where the tricep and the pec meet. That's what forms like an armpit. There's no actual like armpit anatomy thing. It's basically just the connection of those tendons and those joints there. So we're gonna bring up her elbow a little bit. I thought the lats sit in front of the arm. I'm trying to think now. You got me tripping on this one. I think the lats attach to the I want to say the humerus bone. Lats positioning. You might be right. I'm not confident. I want to say I'm 60% confident. Muscle attachment. Muscles of the arm. My understanding is that the lats are behind, attaching to the humerus bone. No, we're not doing this. Next song. I don't want to listen to Creed anymore. Let's see. I'm trying to find an anatomical diagram here that includes the tricep and the lats. Tricep, muscles of the You might be right. Uh, I mean, let me look at Chris Bumstead here, hitting a double bicep. So it's both. So it looks like the lat inserts between the two heads of the tricep. If I'm looking at Chris Bumstead hitting this double bicep here, notice how you could see the tendon of his lat muscle right here. That's one lat muscle or lat tendon, and then the other one goes behind, and then the lat inserts on the humerus bone between those two. That's what it looks like to me. They attach to two places. It attaches to the scapula, which is I think the long head. I want to say the long head, whatever the outer one is. This one attaches to the scapula, and then the other one attaches to the humerus. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but so it's probably okay to do something like this. I might be wrong though. Oh, I'm drawing on the sebum layer. I don't want that. Sebum, it's his abbreviation because his name's Chris Bumstead, so people call him Sebum. This is my sebum layer. And I need to see this chick's hand. I'm pretty sure sebum is also the name of the oil that humans naturally excrete through the skin. Yeah, it also is. I don't know if he likes the nickname, but your hand feels a little small to me also. Strongest mustache in pro bodybuilding. That's true. He does have a pretty sweet mustache. Maybe look up sort of the details on the attachment here, but I'm pretty sure this is sort of how it would look. Fuck. Does look like that lat goes there. There's some sort of overlap here with that lat tendon. This is definitely the tricep here, though. I think there's overlap on both sides, or like the first tricep tendon, because there's three heads on there's two technically, but I guess if you count this, it's like a third too. I guess there's three. The first head of the tricep to me feels like it's like right here. The lat inserts between those two. I'm gonna clear up all the other shit I drew here. It's something like that, I think. So it probably is a little bit more like this. He's a perfect example of excellent genetics, high quality steroids, and tremendous hard work. Yeah, he is. He's a little bit of a himbo though, whenever you hear him talk, but I'd elevate the collarbones a little bit. She's also hitting the classic gym girl pose where you basically put all of your weight onto this hip out here because it pushes your glute muscle out and it makes your ass look fatter in a good way. Which is why a lot of girls when they pose in like pictures, they'll do this like this one leg weight shift where they shift all their weight onto this leg. And then like this secondary leg here is not carrying a lot of weight. It's just kind of hanging out. And I think to do that, you'd need a stronger pinch in that, like, in this section, instead of less of a flat on thing. But those are like the changes. There's not a lot of changes. I would watch, like I said, the overlaps here, widen out the arm here, bring this arm up a little bit, change the eye direction. I think you've kind of gone a little too hard on the bottom plane here. It would just run from the bottom of the chin here. You don't need to do all this down here or drag it down there. Oops. That should be it. I feel like there's also some volume imbalancing on this side of the hair. Maybe you could tweak that. And I think it'd be a little bit more balanced. Just vibes, though. Okay, back to drawing my feller. And I deleted him. Shit. Okay. And I deleted my references. Where the fuck is this girl? Okay. Ba, 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 ba. It'll be alright. You want to end your. Or I just do. Can we try to stay alive? Those precious few seconds are all that was needed to keep the fire going. Thank you. Thank you for the duck song. Okay, back to drawing my freaking leaner guy here. The leaner. Oh my god, my Bluetooth keeps tweaking out. My battery clearly only lasts like 4 hours. Alright. Change my headset. I'm gonna keep going for a little bit, just while my painkillers are acting strong. And then we'll wrap up stream. The ground I lay, motionless in pain. Bluetooth. Hey, Hex does art. How you doing, dog? Hodo. Hodo. We'll survive. How do? Oh. Pretty good. You're beside me. I'm in the middle of swapping out my headset real quick, and then I will be chatting again. Thank you for the follow, Hex does art. Hex does art. When I lay, losing everything. I just realized there's no music playing on YouTube right now. Whoopsies. Okay. Alright. I'm all set up now. This looks so cool! Thank you, dude. We're trying. I'm drawing this posing man here. Will not die. We're here for you. You're beside me. I think the knee needs to come out just a little bit more. What do you like to draw normally, Hex? Oh my god, dude. I don't know what's going on with my Bluetooth, but it keeps clipping. I will not die. Stop it. I make comics to do. Are they? I'm trying to make a comic, so maybe one day I'll make one. What's your comic about, dog? Get in a vein like a run. And it's still cutting out. I don't know what's going on with my Bluetooth headphones. It's the only ones I own though, so. Without love, pain, getting no pain. Oh yeah, it's the gesture again. Guys, do you guys hear the music cutting out, or is it just my headphones? I think it's just my headphones, but it's incredibly annoying. I'm currently working on a trans werewolf and vampire. Interesting. I gotta restart these fucking headphones, dude. I'm gonna throw them across the room. I probably stopped the music. me give it 10 seconds and then I'm gonna restart them. And we'll see. Hopefully it's working. It could just be my computer. Poll Jester, thank you. I should decorate the poll so it's more Jester-like, you know? And it's the fucking headphones. Alright, I'm throwing these bitches across the room, dude. I'm not listening to anything right now. Take that off, and we're gonna let the music still play. I think you guys can hear it. I can't hear anything. So whatever you guys want to listen to, as crazy as it is, go for it, because I don't have headphones on right now. Which is incredibly weird. It's strange to hear my own voice. Normally I have my noise canceling headphones on, but I wonder if I'll talk less loud because I can hear myself. My shoulder. My painkillers are wearing off, guys. I can't stream with headphones. It makes my voice sound weird to me. I can kind of hear myself when I have my headphones on. It's like muffled. If I couldn't hear myself at all, it would like really suck, but I feel like not having headphones feels so strange right now, though. I don't think I've done a single stream in like 2 years with no headphones. I've had nothing but headphones the whole time. I did blip a few times and mostly okay. Is it still playing now? It is still playing now. It did blip a few times. Well, it probably paused. But that's just because I kept swapping my headphones on and off. They have like a feature that just like automatically stops my music if I take them off or put them on or whatever. So I have to be like very cautious whenever I'm whenever I'm streaming. My throat feels so coarse. I may end up actually wrapping up stream a little sooner than I anticipated. My shoulder's starting to kill me, and I don't know if I could keep going. I want my wired headphones from 2016 back. My cat ate the wire, so Bluetooth it is. I had a cat, well, it was an ex-girlfriend of mine's cat, and it ate my fucking light table cable and shorted it. So like even if I like connected it back together, like the light table was fried. So I couldn't use like a different cable or anything. And it was like a $180 light table because it was for animation school. And I had to get a new one the day before like an assignment was due. It was like a traditional assignment. A fucking nightmare. Ooh, fuck, that sucks. Yeah, it really did. That's my only experience with like a cat eating a cable though. Evil ass cat. It's so quiet now without music. Streaming without music is so weird. I can hear my stomach rumbling. Even stranger. I think this guy needs more. Need to make this guy a little bit smaller. Fair than that. Or, you know what? I'll keep him the same size just so I don't have to fuck with my brush size. And then I'm going to move him over here where the references are. What else is on this square? We're going to move him over here where the references are. We're going to move the references here. Not that I'm really using them that much right now. I should probably get rid of them. That layer. I think I've pushed him over too much. I gotta go back to the original gesture. I'm still... Yo, Snack, if you were to learn a third language, what would it be? Japanese, because I've already studied it quite a bit, probably. I do want to get back into Japanese practice. I just don't have any reason to, and I don't have, you know, that's sort of my big dilemma right now. If I had, like, unlimited time, guaranteed I'd be studying it, like, daily. But because I don't bother. What about you? What language would you learn? I think, is it you that was saying you want to practice French? I don't like that. Yeah, so I assume French is the answer then. You'd study a second language. I don't even know if you speak... How many languages do you speak? Just English or... My French sucks. I did it all the way through high school. Were you in like immersion programs? Just English. I'd also like to learn Japanese, but ideally, I would also want to speak some Latin language like Spanish or Portuguese. Something sexy. I took Spanish in high school. I just never stuck. I took it for like 3 years. It never like super duper interested me. Okay. Icelandic. I wish I would have stuck with Spanish. I feel like, from what I understand, actually, from what I know from language learning, is that most languages have different degrees of difficulty based on how close they are to your native language. And from what I understand, Spanish is relatively easy for an English speaker to learn. When I say relatively easy, I still mean it's gonna take you like probably 1,000 hours or some shit to get like conversational. But that's still pretty good, you know, compared to like several thousand for other languages like Chinese or Japanese or Arabic or whatever. I heard Icelandic is also really difficult to learn, mostly because the tones or the way they pronounce certain things or whatever. I think I gotta wrap up, guys. I think I gotta wrap up. My shoulder's killing me. My painkillers are wearing off. I don't think I can keep going. Or I don't think I should keep going, is what I should say. person doing? I'm looking for somebody to raid right now. What's this person doing? Do we raid a furry, guys? This person's cracked, dude. Oh no, they don't have a mic. Never mind. Never mind. And it was the Vikings that first arrived in Newfoundland. But I think they went back home. I mean, a lot of, like, Normandy was also settled by Vikings. So if you're a Norman, or if you're a French Canadian, there's a good chance that you're tied to, like, the French Norman Vikings or whatever. This girl looks like she's painting. Let's rate her. I'm gonna change my audio settings so I can actually talk when I'm in there. And we'll rate out. Thanks for stream. Thank you for showing up, everybody. I will see you guys tomorrow for another stream at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. I don't know why I had to question it. If you want to get live notifications, if you like what we do here, make sure you hop on into the Discord. That way you can post to the critiques channel and you can get live feedback from me when I'm on stream, assuming you're in the chat. So we're going to rate out this person. She seems to be painting something. Oh, Meeksy's rad? Oh, you know her? Well, there you go, dude. All right, we're going to rate out to her, and we'll go say hello, and then that'll be that. And I'll catch you guys all tomorrow. See you there. Bye-bye.